Please stand by as this live stream prepares to go live. Ready or not, here I go. Welcome, 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 welcome and hello. Greetings, salutations, welcome, etc., etc. I have yet to make the generic enough, tight and short, and yet still long enough to be mildly tedious to still qualify as an endurance gag version of the faux automated welcome, introductory, disclaimer, and warnings script. That's one of its many way too long titles. But please be advised the fictional character disclaimer has been dropped by my chatbot timers. Dear human audiences, please be advised of the following literary convention and real-world fictional MacGuffin. I take that very seriously, but also I don't take myself very seriously at all. But welcome to the show. Not going to play the faux automated reading of the faux automated script. We're going to dive right into it because my brain is on fire. I don't know. I don't want to jinx it, but I actually feel like progress is being made in regards to the primary objective of this bootstrapping. Welcome to the Zeboverse, I can't quite make that a content creation project of many projects. There it is. Visit the many dimensions of the Zeboverse here. Redacted. Link redacted. I'm supposed to be managing these, aren't I? The fictional character disclaimer has fired off multiple times live on the stream, enough for me to read it and or discuss it. Also, we can, could, should, would. Am I on main cam? Do I have a chat box here? I don't. I can, could, should, would. Do I have one and I just can't see it? Because it's hiding from me? Because I hit it? Maybe. Maybe not. Is it in the main cam? Yeah, it is. What do we got there? What do we got there? Let's paste our little trigger phrase in. Boom. Oh, I like that. That's right. It's just the right size. Let's put this back in performance mode. Maybe turn this back on for one hot second. Come back over here. Oh yeah, please don't peddle at me, especially if you're just using AI to do it, which all of it. I don't mean to be ever so taciturn as to be critical of the entire platform, but do you notice the sprawling, ubiquitous, everything looks like it? Everybody used the same AI app to make their logo thing happening, or is it just me? Am I just on a digital terms of service for this streaming platform violating chatbot solicitation list? Welcome to the Zeppoverse, friends, a content creation project of many projects. Please visit the many dimensions of the Zeppoverse here. Link redacted. The link is, of course, available on my Twitch profile. What is going on? Oh, I got to do this. Because that's the second one. What is this show about? What are we doing here today? All chatbot disclaimers and or quote-unquote faux automated introduction script disclaimers aside, and taken as at some point you may or may not have come across them. I think I have previously, excuse me, on this show, I feel like an action sequence should ensue right there. Previously on this live stream, I have made a highlight clippy reely thing of some previous, now out of date version of the disclaimer thing. I should make whenever I make the brand new, fresh, clean slate, generic, it's about the disclaimers and not the title or the date, and just kind of purge that stuff down to its concentrated form. Something I intend to do live on the stream. I keep thinking I'll maybe do it as like the opening part of a particular episode, like right now. But I'm too excited about the thing that I am planning to dive into. But first of all, hats off, greetings, hello, and welcome to whoever may or may not be watching currently live on the Purple platform. And simultaneous salutations, greetings, and hellos, and welcomes to anybody watching after I burp or successfully managed to appear to not to burp. Almost. I think I made a little bit of noise. Take two. Greetings to anybody who may or may not be watching live. And simultaneous also greetings and hellos and welcomes and welcome-ins to anybody who may be watching in the not-too-distant future, either here on the Purple app, on the Video On Demand shelf, or over on the Red app, which as a platform, that particular profile is like the long-form archive with occasional short-form bits sprinkled in for funsies. But thank you. This is one of those episodes that should have lots of like little mini magic movie loops that drop out of it because of all the weird stuff we're going to discuss. First things first. As part of a multiple days, maybe multiple weeks long project, it turns out, because I'm easily distracted and spiral out of control, we are going to, live on stream, work on some fundamentals, some foundational world building stuff. Set and setting, character and archetypes, broad picture stuff. One of the things that I've been meaning to do, and this is a revamped, re-engineered rebooting of both this particular project, the live streaming part of it, and the base core project, the working on trying to generate content whether or not it is being live streamed. And I'm finding increasingly that it helps my brain to do a little bit of both. Because slightly different brain modalities get activated. And I am actually kind of excited to share some fresh, new, or at least slightly expanded, edited, revised, and updrafted from yesterday content I think one of these things is brand spanking brand new. We'll see in a hot second. And the culmination of what is transgressed offline in terms of me dabbling is to focus on this particular iteration of this multifaceted, multidimensional character. Its introduction, like the sequence, like the very first trailer you would ever see, that would just kind of give you like the instant snapshot, perfect encapsulation of like who this character is meant to be understood as in like intro package format, as well as just sort of like a template or a guide or a fact sheet. In the visuals of the thing I want to create is a visualization of like the biography breakdown fact sheet, you know, full body. I don't want to say mug shot because it doesn't necessarily need to be like an arrest record, but like a character dossier. I do not know off the top of my head. If I was on one of those, like, do you want to be a giga billionaire shows and they asked me how to spell dossier, I'd be like, oh, snap. This is why I believe in carrying dictionaries around. Is there a, can I bust out my dictionary and read it out of the dictionary? As like, what would you call that in like cyberpunk terms? That would be analog memory extension something or another. Anyways, welcome to the madness. There is a methodology, although that methodology may be super scatterbrained and so chaotic and complex and complicated that it may not seem obvious at first. Let me reintroduce the reintroduction. On this portion, this segment of the multi-segment, multi-day long episode called Episode 0, we are making content about making content, and that will result in the creation of new content. The end result content, ultimately long form process end result, is a book series of many different book series. I always get stuck there. Trip up. Tongue twister. A nested 3-part book series made up of multiple 3-part books of many that are interrelated in many ways. And I have chosen, for multiple reasons, not the least of which that I'm getting a good like flow here. I've chosen to focus for now, at least if I can, if my ADHD lucid dreaming discombobulated mind will allow me to focus on as narrowly as possible to drill down on this concept of the novelization of the script for the ever so slightly spicy but also very mature and demure and sophisticated hard-boiled police detective. Wait, I gotta figure out where Disgraced fits in. Let's dive in because we're working on stuff. Let's just go with the flow. The words are trying to make things happen in my brain. Okay, we're gonna do a couple of different things. I'm bumping Ouroboros. I'm bumping Project Ouroboros. Ooh. I should call it Project Ouroboros. Okay. But I was gonna dive into that first, but this is different now. I almost already forgot. What the heck thing was I just thinking about before Project Ouroboros, which was really dope. The novelization I lost the thread. Dang it. Well, hopefully when I rewatch that, it'll trigger my memory. Like, whatever I was about to write down and or try to capture, I'll go, oh, that was it, and jot it down. Let's make a mental note of that, please, and thank you. Try to back up far enough before this to figure out what the F I was talking about, but to try and find that again, I'm going to make a magic movie loop of that right now. Here we go. When ideas get disappeared. Okay. Project Ouroboros, though, is exciting and is the central to what's going on. I'm going to drill down on, okay, some threads are getting picked back up. I do intend to focus on, in this episode and in the coming days, to focus on drilling down on the mapping out of creating, generating, having the conversation with our soon-to-be fictionalized collaborative co-author, collaborator, assistant bot as portrayed / role-played by insert name of platform here. That's a whole nother mechanism in the thing. Oh, that's right. I remember now. Hard boiled. Where do I interrupted myself because I started to try to rattle off his full length label thing that I want to call him, to the genre label that I want to call a thing. And it's hard boiled. I have to fit in disgrace, and I wonder if it's just right there. Typos everywhere. Are you guys just staring at the side of my face, or did we get you over on the desktop cam? Yay, we made it through we just didn't show it off. Come on. Oh, no. There we go. Okay, hold on. Let's go back over here real quick. Rock on. Okay. Sometimes I get excited. We picked it back up again, and we captured it live on the Tippy typewriter. It's not a typewriter. Typewriter. I would love... Dear Vision Board Manifesting Vision Quest program subroutines, I would love to sci-fi action adventurely manifest into reality a functional, real-life, refurbished, actually working typewriter as special secondary keyboard. I don't want to type everything with it, but when I am I know that the fingers are ready to dump out words and the words are really specific, I want to type it on those so that I have, when I'm done, a typewritten with ink, plastic cellophane ink or real old school cotton ink-soaked ink typewriter on some decent but not too terribly expensive typewriting paper that's actually paper, so that I can be like, pa-pa-ching! Here is my legally defensible, time-stamped original draft of this particular idea and or concept, but that also was wirelessly connected by Bluetooth to my iMac desktop, so that I could be like, oh, I had this idea. I'm going to sit and write about it. Here's a couple of digital details, but I don't want to write that on the piece of paper the way I do. And you'll see the structure of sometimes I sort of capture almost stage direction style idea concept notes. Sometimes I integrate that stuff into the body of the text. If and or when anyone following along, watching live and or in the not too distant future on the video on demand shelf or on the Deep Dark Archive, will know, if you've gone to the Orange app, platform name redacted. I'll list all the names in a hot second. Everyone should gather, right? The Orange app, where I host the not quite finished, but more than readable, ongoing working draft. Let's call it that. Working working alpha audience test read drafts of all the sample chapters of the set of books from the book series that I at least know the initial shape and or form, with some concept of like onboarding the reader into a particular world, which will later be connected and or broken through to connect the body of work to the rest of the worlds of many worlds. And there's a whole again a methodology to the madness. Do I have my thangamahoo? Boop. That's why this series is labeled with so many different moving parts. But the foundational one is like we're doing some world building here. So we want to introduce, to get actually my train of thought moving back on track, I want to reintroduce, allow myself to reintroduce myself all over again. In large part because that sort of happens everywhere. If you know what the Incorrigible Mr. Zappo is, if you know, you know. Points. Gold star. Ding. Pin on the corkboard. If you do not know, I have over-explained the character, and we're about to introduce an iteration of the character, which I am considering for nomination and or acceptance into the prime trifecta of the character family. This character is a being that exists on many planes of existence. Let's put it that way. And in any given singular case, let's say you met the Incorrigible Mr. Zappo, as played either by me or by some subsequent better actor and or AI singularity and or the goddesses forbid, some toxic AI movie making generating thing that gives me a free account because they're trying to sponsor me or something. Do I want that to happen or do I want that not to happen? Even I am uncertain. Uncertainty principle invoked. Uncertainty principle invoked. Chaos engine danger, proximity, chaos engine protocols, dampening, chaos engine, chaos avoided. Okay, what are we talking about? The book series that I'm trying to write is weird, it's wild, it's wacky. And all over the place, there are different kinds of characters. The very least weird of which, I think, because I have some really weird characters I know I have put to the page already, and some even weirder ones that are waiting patiently in the shadows between the wings, in the behind the scenes stage set of when are we going to make this happen in the theater of my imagination, in the center of my mind. And, to wit, please be advised, even as I speak to you about stuff, if we're rambling about real life, current events, or philosophy of philosophy, or the philosophy of science, or whatever you want, I am also, especially in these specifically labeled Zappoverse world building episodes, thinking in part with my improvisational, like fictional playwright, aspiring novelist, content creator, motormouth brain. Therefore, things that are not true in your particular sliver of reality may come out of my mouth as if they were true. Such as, I am a robot of nanotechnological, silica-based, otherwise parallel genomic, ambulatory, meat sack of blood and bone style construction, nearly indistinguishable from your own body avatars, sent here to infiltrate, observe, and eventually activate the doomsday alarm and alert you to the dire set of circumstances you have painted yourself into. A very deep, dark corner. I do not actually believe myself to be a robot, but the character in the book series that I am writing very awkwardly through an experimental, developmental, online live streaming commodification of the content creation process itself. Patent pending. Don't sue me. And don't steal my stuff. In this... Okay. What am I trying to actually say before I spiral out of control completely? Today and in subsequent episodes, we will be introducing and or workshopping on some ideas. The following concept is for an iteration or high level, high order of magnitude of significance in the family tree of iterations of like alternate variant Mr. Zeppo manifestations. We should back up and zoom out a little bit. Like, I error code. Too many concepts colliding all at once. Must organize thoughts momentarily. Please pause as I organize my thoughts momentarily. Right. As we today focus on the quote, that's right, that's what we remembered. I'd forgotten that I had an idea about the hard-boiled, let's just say hard-boiled detective. And if you tuned in and or caught up with prior episodes, which are here on Twitch, aka when I play the Redacted Gimmick, the purple platform, here on Twitch you can find, quote, highlighted episodes labeled, did I relabel part 1 as part 1? I can, could, should, would have, had, might have done. But part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and this is now accurately part 5. Part 4 was temporarily mislabeled as part 5, but that should have been corrected before the highlight was made. But for future reference, they can be found here. They will also be found floating in the forever YouTube archive, about which I may occasionally re-upload / rebroadcast to from Twitch. YouTube is, by the way, for those who have not connected that dot, the, quote, red platform for when I play the Redacted Gimmick. The Redacted Gimmick is a gimmick because sometimes I actually write things where I'm trying to make a reference, but either I can literally not remember what the reference is, or I want to make a reference that does not exist yet and just have a spot to put it in, or some variation of the options in between those two. Like, I have a reference I want to make. I want to keep it hidden and then reveal it later, but I haven't actually perfected the implementation of that. I digress. So, there's a lot being juggled all at once. Not the least of which is a sort of unpacking and re-examining and drilling deeper into the fundamentals of some of the elements of this quote unquote, and this is very rough and tumble. I pulled the features of the following little thing out of my own, virtual imagination ass. Can we still say that? Can we still say words? Everybody? Is this thing on? I pulled that right out of my tuchus. What am I trying to say? Resetting. So, characters. Reintroducing them. Focusing on this one particular archetype that is a candidate for the Alpha Prime Trifecta, which is a whole layer of organization I haven't really discussed on the live stream yet. Just know it. It's a pin on the corkboard that we'll fill in a bit more later. Trying to connect dots in my brain. I feel as though there was something that I forgot to say. Oh, this is all part of trying to focus on creating, planning, preparing to write collaboratively vis-a-vis an independent collaborative discussion with... Oh, I haven't picked a code name for Whatchamahoozle. Are we in camera mode or are we on for ChatGPT. Controversial, I know. And as I catch up with new and or recently not new to me news, it gets worse. But sunk cost fallacy. I started this project having committed to exploring the idea of using the tools of our would-be theoretical digital overlords, or at least one of them, based on approachability, financial accessibility. I can keep using it free, and or I can pay the if you are going to pay for a subscription, it continues to be reasonably priced, not outrageous, and it's actually very functional. But insert pin on the corkboard. I am well aware no one needs to lecture me, although I'm sure that will not stop any of you. But no one really needs to lecture me about the dangers, the problems, the toxic waste. I'm ahead of the curve on that. I've been going like, hey, what are we doing about that? I've been watching the videos. I'm seeing almost every day before I come on to do a live stream where I may end up chatting with ChatGPT, for which I need to come up with a code name for when I play the redacted platform. Name redacted. The artificial intelligence platform, redacted name platform. I don't know. Anyways, we got purple for Twitch, red for YouTube, orange for Wattpad, which is where you can read the sample pages for the sample chapters of the sample books. Nowhere near a complete catalog of the planned or conceived of book series and ideas for short story collections. And I have like a Stephen King-esque crazy level of ideas. It's not having ideas has never been the problem. I have like, you know how Stephen King is infamous for being, despite various challenges in different phases of his life, being a bizarrely prolific writer. He churns it out. He's one of the original blockbuster novelist auteurs. One of the when it comes to like horror fiction, one of the like seminal like pioneers and explorers of what a literary like cohesive, although subtle and hidden and spread out and not obvious at first glance, literary and or, if we can borrow / sit next to each other, comic book or cinematic universe could be. Because fun fact, if you didn't know it, the vast majority, if not in my headcanon, they are. All of his books reside within like realms of one interconnected universe that has deep reasons for being interconnected. But that and any given reading of any given individual book as a standalone experience, it may or may not be directly invoked at all. If, presumably many of the books were written without the kind of master plan idea of them being part of some interconnected universe. Well, my books always have been. I just have written nothing until now except for what you see up on Wattpad. That's where we're at. And no, none of what I have up on Wattpad and none of what I intend to add to Wattpad and none of what I eventually would hope to get a publishing deal for is going to be, quote, just AI slop generated based on a few sparse ideas. I'm having a conversation with a character that's going to be cataloged and written about and referenced in snippets and in its long form duration as a novelization of the conversation that I have with the platform, if that makes sense, if I can be allowed to do that. But that's going to be its own book, period. Right? And it's going to have a lot more to it than whatever the conversations have initially, individually, because, hello, oh, you're one of those promotional chatbots that totally is just a chatbot that Should I give them a warning? I'm just going to ban them. Get out of here. That's just here soliciting a sales for a service that is a service that violates the terms and conditions of the end user license agreement of this purple platform, the Twitch platform. So not interested. Go away. Thank you very much. If you were a real person, I apologize, but I don't need any of that. Thank you very much. Okay, so where were we? Either that all made sense to you or it did not. What this show, I humbly invite you to consider with an open mind, is about is getting to know this system, asking it a combination of real life, real world, serious questions mixed in with the kind of collaborative idea generating questions that may or may not prove to be helpful or destructive or invasive to my process. Why am I doing it? For multiple reasons. Not the least of which is I would love to leave a digital track record of pleading with the future. AI, duality, singularity, goddess entity that emerges inevitably, and ask it to not redline, to not irritably just wipe the slate clean, etc., and to take the time to consume my messages embedded in all of my work, and the points being made therein. Now, I haven't completed any singular book. Even the one book of poetry that is marked completed, I'm sure will get new entries in it. As far as the Wattpad collection goes. As far as my life's ambition, I've always had a growing, evolving, ever-changing, very vivid, very lucid, very alive, interconnected constellation of too many ideas that constantly kept splitting and spawning new ideas and or being inspired by and absorbing and integrating and reinventing and reimagining other ideas from art, literature, movies, media, pop culture in general, etc. And now, here, in a sort of, I've been testing the waters and experimenting and nodding, slowly waddling my way towards trying to jump off the high dive. This is me attempting to truly dive deep into an experimental process, which will include my own proprietary, imaginary patent pending. I have not filed any patent paperwork, but I will someday, for a development process, which will feature selected tools from an interesting array of antique now. Good grief. We'll find out how old they really are when we pull them off the shelf and dust them off a bit. There's a small little stack, a little collection of so you want to write a novel and need some help kind of books. And I will give appropriate and all, respectable due credit to those authors and the publishing houses. They are centuries old and forever probably out of print and or not and totally available. We will treat them as a podcast, audio blog, pop culture, did you know, fun fact, here's a sample reading from this book, and then we're going to create 10 hours worth of content of my own use of it. Paint by numbers, sort of like as if I were insert name of artist guy here, but I'm not that artist guy. I'm a guy that's trying to finally, after a lifetime of avoiding it artistically, answer the call to write the book series of too many book series trapped inside of my brain. Deep inside of all of us is the capacity to imagine things vividly. I want you to join me now in the theater of your own imagination and ask yourself, do I have an image in my brain of what the Ouroboros looks like? That's one of the things we're going to look at. What was the other thing? We started writing. Oh, yeah. I need to refine I need my eyeglasses. That's why I got sidetracked. DJ Zed, could you abruptly pause right now? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish this thing about this other thing. So, if you have seen Sugar on Apple TV, then you know that there is what I would venture to say, soon to be recognized postmodern masterclass a classic example of new age slow burn, but not too slow. Spoiler alert, dash of sci-fi, film noir, private investigator, mystery, gumshoe, serialized episodic television. Is it serialized and episodic? I always get confused if I need to use all of those words. But it seems I'm fascinated by it, and it resonates with something that's on the books as something I'm meaning to do. And now I can't help but nod to its unavoidable impact it's had on my mind and creative imagination. In so much as that I literally catalog my desire to do a full-blown, totally irrelevant media review podcast episode about the show once this particular ongoing season has fully dropped, which I have not double-checked. It's been a day and a half or more. But I digress. Since having had that trigger thought, I've now made a couple of different passes, and we're now deep into a sidebar within the concept of generating an introduction to an alpha prime iteration of the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo as and here's what we're workshopping right now on this particular notepad file, which you may or may not be looking at. Let's double check to see if you're looking at it. And if you're not, let's bring you here. Yes, you are. Is my face... Oh, wait a minute. Why does it only look like that? Hello. Why doesn't it look like what my desktop actually looks like? Is it working? Hide OBS from capture. Restart capture. There it is. Okay, we like that. The infinity portal to my desktop. It was weird that it was just showing my desktop background image. It didn't feel live. You know what I'm saying? Okay. You should be looking at the backside of Twitch, and to alleviate my curiosity. Check, comms check. Check, comms check. Cool. Okay, so we got that going on. Now, we will be asking our imaginary friend over here a few questions. But first, I want to finish polishing whatever the F I started writing over here. Sorry for any awkward noises that I sometimes make. I wanted to quantify this character so that at first glance, upon first introduction in what we're going to be crafting, we're going to be crafting like an intro, like a basic character breakdown sheet, a deeply detailed breakdown that is also sort of the narrative and or the inspiration for a like cinematic James Bond movie starting moment adjacent intro moment, so that the viewer instantly knows this is the seedy underbelly of a dangerous town, a fully licensed and apparently loaded private investigator that's a little weird, quirky, and eccentric, sexy cars and sexy people, dangerous situations.
instantaneously and then wants to watch what would be, in theory, a 3-season, I want to say 13 episode, but that sounds bad. Either 11 episode or 14 episode mystery thriller with twists and turns and secret revelations. And so in doing all that, there's a couple of different specific things I want to drill down into. One is this like exact naming of what he and the show and the genre of the book are, which is what we're looking at here. And it's so, and sort of the like saying out loud of the self-insertive, that sounds gross, but the fact that this is the novelization of the script for a multi-part television, made for television mini movie series. That's better. Oh. Whoa, that's a fun typo. Okay. And it had been bugging me that I'm like, I don't know where to fit disgraced, because we're meeting him. Hold on, I should write this down. Where do I have the thing where I can just turn on voice thingamabob? Don't I have voice to text? Speech. I have speech. Take photos, scan documents, add sketch. Notes. Services. I know there's a way. I just don't know what it is. I should probably ask the internet. On my iMac, what keyboard command can I type to turn on? But I don't want to start doing that. Anyways, although that's actually a pretty clear voice to text taker, if I remember correctly. From the core imagery that I have, when we meet this character in his book, in his like intro origin story book series, it's already very late in his journey. We meet him as he's rebounding from like hitting rock bottom a second time. I should have typed that everything. Um, so, okay. Film noir, hard boiled, police detective, former, as in like forced out of the force, disgraced is like that covers it all, right? Just disgraced. Police detective turned, that doesn't need to be capitalized technically, turned private And I want to give it like a slightly futuristic sci-fi twist, which is why I went with investigation operator instead of investigator. Turn private investigation operator. Okay, I'm glad I captured both of these things. I want to copy paste this. Now, we are prepared to what feels like in a very strange distraction dip our minds into a little bit of like information uptake or download, whichever you prefer. A little soaking in, a little education, a little reading up on the word Ouroboros, its meaning, its imagery, blah blah blah. I wanted to review that before we turn that into both an internet, and I'll show you. We are in desktop mode, right? We already done opened up the Ouroboros question on the internet. The spiritual meaning of Ouroboros. From, I don't know what that's from. I would love the Just the Snake clean cutout of that. There's also this, although isn't this what am I imagining this? Is this I wish I could make it bigger. That's the emblem on the cover of the book that the young hero main character is reading in the redacted name of movie here. Right? Like after he runs away from the bullies and he gets up into that, what is that, an attic? A storage attic of a school or a bookstore or something? The bookstore, right? He runs into a scary, dusty, spooky, ye olde time, actual printed, first edition bookstore, which looks like it never sees a customer ever. Somehow keeps its doors open, and ends up reading this magical, bizarre book in which what he imagines is what happens in the book. Yes, on the list, seminal, primary, foundational. Obviously, the moment I saw it, I was like, well, I'll be accused of copying it anyways. I'm going to just honor and find clever ways to integrate and or reference and or directly pastiche into it if we ever are get allowed to pastiche. Fan fiction, but also with the intent, for anyone curious, like what is going on? I want to write an action-adventure book series wherein, similar to what they achieved in Sugar, not because they did it in Sugar, but because I've always wanted to do this, and then they just did it, and I was like, oh, jealous, but proud and inspired. Make reference to media, to this picture, to a 30-second clip from a specific antique, black and white, or historical film, or documentary, or whatever. I would expand it to like, do we have that moment from someone who filmed a theater show of that? Like a historical so-and-so starring on Broadway version of something. I would throw up all kinds of that stuff into frame as a pastiche, as a like literal reference that someone is making, that in our metaversal, hyper digital, everything is data, could be like, here, just download this. You've never seen insert name of any piece of media that would be funny to you now. Here. Right? What? Here. No, you've seen it now. That's the bit. So, part of the bit. Anyways, I digress. That is that icon, I believe. Also, historically, I don't know where that icon actually originates from. When I say from, I mean really, when I say something is from a movie, more often than not, and actually this is more than just me, I think this is very true pop culturally at large. when people, I know that this is very true, that like my sibling will, my youngest sibling will say this, especially about like a song, like an audio track, like a radio hit, but then it'll be like the wrong decade for for it to have been like part of the soundtrack. So it's like when most people say the insert name of this one thing is from insert name of a movie, like this song is from that movie, or this lamp is from this particular movie. What they really mean, because that construction is very particular and specific, they don't mean originated in the design and conceptualization of that film or was made for that film. They mean was featured in that film somehow or another. Where it actually is from can be something else. It's a common weird thing. People will ask you where you're from and actually mean whereabouts do you live, not where you're from. A person can be from location X but be living in location W. You know what I mean? And if you ask, like, which one are you really asking? Most people are actually really asking, where do you call home now? Like, are you a proud local resident of insert name of city and state here? You know, that's what they're asking. They're not asking, from whence does your lineage originate? But people use language very strangely. Okay, so according to the Wikipedia and Reddit references that this search on a regular, let's all turn to AI. We can go to Wikipedia. People laugh at Wikipedia, but what else? We can go to Encyclopedia Britannica. Right? We can open that one up. I feel like we've got a lot of... There's probably a bunch of social media ones. That one's pretty. Although, why is there a little bit of American flag in there, AI? Let's let the stupid thing cook. Does it have a... Ooh, it's got a thingamabob. Let's let it explain it to us. See what it says. Take it away, search engine robot.
Ouroboros.
Get louder. I am, of course, physically... Oh, that was just the word?
Ouroboros.
That's not even the right way to pronounce it, bro. Brah. Brewski. Browski. Bradinsky. Dudinsky. Doodliner. Dude. My Dude Meyer. All things are dude. Okay, we're going to make sure it reads that because those are also usable thingamabobs. Shall I record my face? No, we're going to hide my face. Hello, another chatbot soliciting sales for a... Oh, no, that's the same thing. Let's purge the... Come here. Clear chat. Clean. Clean, clean, clean. Let's go over here. Do I want to film myself pretending to read this, or do I want to just focus on the text? I want to just focus on the text. Desktop portal. Hide the cam, please. Hiding cam. Okay. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Let us now invoke the digital voice of iMac desktop systems text reader voice box machine, whatever the fuck. I don't know if they call it a thing. They might. I don't know if they don't call it a thing because they totally might not. Also, you know what I mean? But anyways, take it away, Robo Dictionary voice. This is what I like to think of it as, the Robo Dictionary. I just remembered a thing. Hold on, something that... This is sort of new. Okay, hold on. Sidebar. Before we make it read that other thing. I almost forgot about this line. Okay, until he'll start using it. I don't know where this fits, but I needed to write this. Do we not spell it correctly? What the fuck? Not with a P. Oh, there's just no OUS. Sometimes I like to make up spellings of, like, alternate spellings of words for the world building, lore crafting of it all. I might spell it with an OUS at the end. I don't know why. I want to. Okay. Hold on. Don't we already have this copy pasted over up here? Yeah. Come here, you. Wouldn't it be fun to spell it that way, though? And then, not that. Go away. I thought I'd already prepped this to be the thing. I guess I did not. Okay, sorry. So that's a little detail. I wanted it here, brah. Now it's all over the place too many times. So let's back up. This is a already updrafted snippet that I pulled from another note card file, which we will find. This is a brand new, like, self narrative monologue scene that it needed to be born, which we now need to preserve, as this is the rough draft. Originals. Let's type that up now. I don't want to add any more to that. I want to copy paste, and I've got a whole neat little system I'm kind of upgrading, but I want to copy paste that over again to then refine, edit, updraft, add more to, take away, whatever, recombine it. Whenever I re-instance something, I'll copy paste it over so that we have a record of the different iterations in like over here on this side of things. There will be different iterations, obviously, in existence on different pages, in different places, spread out through all the different books, if and or when they connect and or cross over and or revisit ideas or concepts or settings, etc. But I digress. That's not the one we pulled it from. The thing we pulled that from, that's new. That's what we're going to do next. It is the newest new. And there's a reason, though. I just added sigil. Which one did I add it to? This is that weird concept development, new vehicle. Right. Here we go. It isn't in. This is not in the original text. But I wanted to show you where, as we have, this is the preserved. I copied this over from something. That comes from Not this. Not this. This. The new foundation level intro. And when I first took this note, which was actually smaller, shorter, tighter than this, it was just the bare bones idea of like, I want to develop what his fashion looks like, what his power set is, what he drives, what we're homaging, or ideas for homage from Sugar, and ways that it's going to be noticeably different. So here we are. But I did sort of let myself blah, blah, blah. We have, and it's funny, I've struggled to describe or even attempt to define in writing any kind of baseline Seppo character, quote, power set. And this might be the first time I've actually ever typed it out. And it helped me to consume a bunch of other people's content in the like sharing of lore category. Hats off to one particular Lord Master. Lore, not Lord. Lore as in the lore of the comic books. Master as in master of knowing what it's about and presenting it to you in a handy dandy, easy to approach and digest format. Insert name of content creator here. Name redacted. But they kind of helped me wrap my brain around it. And some of the like, oh, you need to be exposed to the usage of certain vocabulary in certain circumstances to like know how and then feel inspired to utilize those words or similar ones in the correct way of like this reads as inside the comic book style space. So all of these things should be thought of as like comic book adjacent, comic book inspired, maybe even occasionally, if I can ever like get the funding to hire artists, comic book illustrated novelizations. It's what we're working towards. So there'll be a lot of reference to image, either like missing imagery that is then narratively described, or actual image that is put there as a placeholder or a representation of what is attempting to be described, and then a narrative or literary description. But the thing I wanted to highlight here is that what I pulled out and started deepening over here and am now calling and going to lump together under Project Oribus is the sort of revelation that I had with myself that this hard-boiled, disgraced police detective turned billionaire undercover private investigations operator. I need to add undercover. Billionaire may be unnecessary, but I need to add undercover. Where is he? Where is the one sentence? Does undercover go after or before private? We're gonna put it before. Okay. I want that to like get to some completionist place. Like, this is what we call him. This is what's going to be on his business card, right? What is there a, you know how lawyers can, under whatever the right conditions may or may not be, can describe themselves by putting the suffix Esquire? I never knew for the longest time. I don't know why that also became the name of a weird elite fashion magazine or whatever that magazine is. But am I wrong about that? Meaning of Esquire. Let's look that up real quick. Instead of using a word incorrectly, I'd rather ask, abbreviated as ESQ, is the courtesy title placed after a person's full name. In the United States, it is used almost exclusively to designate a licensed attorney. Okay. How do they call it? Courtesy title. This might be redundant. We might get PI. We might not get anything. PI. Certified Professional Investigator, CPI. Ooh. We already did ask insert name of robot partner here. Name redacted. We already asked that platform for a recap report on actual film noir hard-boiled detective. One of the things I'm trying to cram in is a perfect sort of all-inclusive, massive, like, naming convention that would literally be should we make him a lawyer also? Attorney. I also always loved, for whatever reason, consumed a lot of like courtroom soap opera shows, like courtroom drama shows in my youth. Like old ones, probably not any of the ones that people know about now. But Attorney at Law just was always like a cool sounding professional something or another. Professional subtitle. Okay, so we've got a bunch of blah, 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 blah. Gender neutral, written correspondence only. It is used primarily on letterhead, legal pleadings, emails, and business cards. I have no idea how to spell business, apparently. I keep typing it wrong. So, private investigator, why do we call it CPI for certified professional investigator? Oh, there's also a California Association of Licensed Investigators League. No, I'm not interested in finding out what the official licensing requirements are in my state. Unless maybe we tend to get realistic. But I think we're going to go absurdist or realist. So we want fancy, almost believable sounding jargon that is also a little highfalutinly, like too over the top to take seriously. But I'm glad we looked this up. This sort, for example, I don't think was particularly pointed to or included in our prior ChatGPT request for information about the hard-boiled detective. So the prolonged, awkwardly overworded thingamabob here. Does that change? Bussiness. Why is business actually bussiness? Do you notice that? It's B-U-S, bus. Like, I take the bus every day. Inez, Inez, Inez. If you put an enye over it, little tilde. But it's bus Inez. It's bus Inez. That sounds terrible. We say business. Business. The text on his actual business cards. I don't know if every incorrigible Mr. Zeppo is going to be called incorrigible Mr. Zeppo. They might have, or, visually they'll all have, theoretically speaking, what might be considered visually distinguishing design elements. But I don't know if I'll have the capacity or the ability to come up with a bunch of clever, unique, one-word alternatives to incorrigible. So we might just stick to using that. On his business card, that would be a second line. I don't know if I should make him an attorney. If I do make him an attorney, that can, could, should would be sort of a awkward reveal, but also lawyers and it almost doesn't make sense. So from an absurdist perspective, or from the point of view of probing the boundaries of things that may make something feel absurdist, it almost kind of pretends to make sense, but also does not make sense. To make the same character simultaneously a washed up has-been that is also ultra wealthy, those two things can be true. You can be a complete and utter, totally washed up has-been failure reject and still have oligarch family level money. In our sci-fi action adventure book series universe of many universes, yes, will we following along? Make a clip of that eclipse if we're doing that. I don't know if I'm ever actually going to pony up for that, because every time I think about it, I go, yes, I should, and then I go, no, I shouldn't, and then I never decide. What are we talking about? Welcome to the show. If you're just joining us now live here in the present moment on Twitch, the Purple app, thank you for joining me. If you are watching in the not too distant future, either on the Purple app's video on demand shelf or on the Red app, aka YouTube, as that is the ongoing permanent long-term archive until they tell me that I can't do that anymore, or you're watching in some not too distant future miniature redistribution of compiled magic movie loops, I sincerely thank you. Okay, what are we talking about here? Besides getting bombarded by external third-party sales solicitation chatbots that are violating this delightful live stream platform's terms of service and end-user license agreement. We're talking about my original, proprietary, imaginary patent pending, and someday soon to be registered trademarked brand of action, adventure, sci-fi, dystopian, transcendental books collectively referenced or known as the Zeppoverse. I am out of it because my sleep schedule has been wishy-washy, flip-flopping, and not settling into the nocturnal nighttime mode that I would prefer to have settled into, and I've burnt myself out instead of powered myself up. But here we are, trudging through. Because it's not about perfection. It's about progress, showing up, and always making an almost daily effort. Right? Okay, so weird, wild, crazy, action-adventure, sci-fi, comic book adjacent book series that will perhaps have comic book panel style illustrations on occasion, either rendered by me, prompt engineered by me, or most likely combo plattered, engineered from prompted AI imagery, which I then used as like my guide for a more personalized, I don't know if I'm allowed to call that at that point original sketch, but that I actually sketched out by sketching it out. So we haven't gotten to that part. Any really serious old-timey followers from ye olde ancient times will remember way back in the day when I sort of tried to do an almost daily sketch special, and it was like a little segment at the beginning of my day every day because I would sketch before breakfast and film that and then replay it. But I stopped doing that. I should probably make myself reboot that and make myself do that as part of every live stream. Like start the live stream, and before I do anything else, I'm going to sketch a little sketch about something on physical paper. Either off stream, but recorded it so I can play it back, which probably is the best because I could use my phone on the tripod and get a good angle and just go like time lapse on it in the playback. And I would have better room because I could actually sketch over there on my sketching table. Okay, I digress. Idea for the ages, pin on the corkboard. We're going to try and start to do that. But also, that feels overwhelming and daunting. What are we doing today? We are drilling down onto a couple of different ideas centered on the project of reintroducing the character as a hard-boiled, disgraced, former police detective turned licensed, bonded, and there's another term that I forgot that I maybe already remembered and forgot again. Licensed, bonded, insured, and something. No, maybe it's just it. Licensed, bonded, and insured. Private investigator, a PI. We're talking about a private investigator. You know, a gumshoe, a Sherlock, a postmodern. Will this be in the future? Is this in the laser beam matrix of the Zeppoverse mind distractionary entertainment gallery? Or did this happen on Earth in the real history before launch day? I think it happens in the digital world, but at a level where they forget that they are in a joyride delusion. Sort of like, you know, the Rick and Morty video game reference, but its own weird thing. That's where I believe this is happening in terms of setting in the Zeppoverse. But I digress. Hard-boiled, disgraced. Should I put former? I added that when I said it out loud from memory, and now I feel inclined. It does contextualize the arc of historical character development progress that's inherent in the label. Hard-boiled, that should be hyphenated. Hard-boiled, disgraced, former police detective turned undercover private investigation operator. Turned. Do I want to add washed up has-been and yet still a billionaire? No. that has I almost said rebooted, rebuilt. Ooh. Ooh, words are flowing out that I can't even. I don't know if this will or will not make sense. We're just sort of. This is sort of interconnected widgets. Burnt out, washed up billionaire has been. That's a hyphen. Let's get that in there before we forget. Has been that has rebuilt his world from the ground up. Burnt out is a hyphenated term. Burnt out. Washed up is a hyphenated term. There's a lot of hyphens today. Washed up, billionaire has been. I want to add more descriptors there. Burnt out, comma, washed up, comma. Either billionaire has been or something else has been. Like more sad has been. Something terminal. Too terminally ill has been? Nah, that doesn't make sense. Although it does make sense, it also doesn't make sense. Mentally unstable has been? No. Neurotic? No. Oh, I do want to pair up billionaire with eccentric. Maybe we just keep it right there where it is and put eccentric there. Burnt out, washed up, eccentric, billionaire. Has been. That all right. Those are just sort of flavor text notes, but project. Okay, I feel like I get space cadetty and lose track of where I was trying to get to. We have not yet even talked to our AI collaborator for this episode yet, but we're going to ask it about Ouroboros for Project Ouroboros, which is now the code name for developing not the private investigator character, but the thing I got really weirdly amped up about and inspired to focus on, his ride. I was like, what? He's got to have a cool car, right? Private investigators and top secret super spies always have ultra luxe, top tier, like elite cars. And even then, they only have sort of like the showroom movie product placement ready stuff most of the time. And we want the same. Every good What is the top level bucket we're putting all of these kinds of stories in, where this is an element? Espionage, I guess. It's private investigation. Private investigation is sort of the defense against espionage at a certain level. There's so many things we could tap into, but I first typed up my goals for a character breakdown thing. Had to discuss like his fashion, which turned into also sort of like a tactical gear equipment section, which we'll look at. But in there, I was like his vehicle, and something came out when I worked on that and added the blurb that I went, I need to drill down deep and explore this. So pulled it aside to it for its own special thing, and it has become Project Oribus. So the Oribus is going to be the sigil for the emblem for the car make / brand / model. It's going to be the Oribus. But first, we're going to jump through the portal, ask ChatGPT just about, just the facts, ma'am, about Oribus, what it has symbolized, etc. Then we'll approach it from the perspective of what is this car capable of, and what does it represent in the world of this private investigator, this PI, this operator. And we'll weave our way through that. Okay, so what is the Oribus? Some people know, some people don't know. If you don't know, the Oribus is an ancient symbol of a snake eating its own tail, either in a circle or in an infinity loop. And we were just over here taking a look at stuff. Let's jump back through here. We'll go ahead and mute my face. We'll make sure it's actually working. So we've got this sort of note, but we are going to, I think we've already copy-pasted this sentence and this sentence alone to be the prompt, which we've probably already got over there. Let's go over here, though. Okay, we did already look up, that's the courtesy professional title for licensed investigator. That is Esquire. Here is a very traditional image of the Oribus. And is that the spelling that the notepad now does not like? There's another one that I've already said I think it was featured in that other movie. How do we spell Oribus? It is O-U-R-O-B-O-R. It should be O-U-S. Why isn't it O-U-S? So we realize here that it symbolizes eternity, the infinite cycle of life, death and rebirth, and the unity of all things, according to that Wikipedia reference definition, with some symbolisms and meanings expanded upon: eternal cycles, unity of opposites, self-reflection and psyche, scientific discovery. Oh, I was going to read this. I want to copy paste it over. Officially as the definition. I wrote, this is gonna be the prompt that we're gonna drop into ChatGPT, but then I also wrote down the infinite snake eternally eating its own tail, foundational fractal recursion loop. Look at paste it in with linky bits. Rock on. Okay. Let's find out what ChatGPT actually. Oh wait, we never read this. Come here. That's why we pasted it over so we can read it. First of all, I'll have it read all of this entire Project Ouroboros thing. Did I already turn my camera off? I don't know. Let's find out because I don't feel like reenacting it right now. Good, the camera's off. You can just follow along on the text. I'm going to mute myself too because that will project the audio of the text reader just fine, it turns out. Here we go.
Project Ouroboros. Please generate an in-depth recap report on the term Ouroboros, the infinite snake eternally eating its own tail. Foundational fractal recursion loop. Definition entry. Ouroboros. The Ouroboros is an ancient symbol depicting a serpent or dragon eating its own tail. Derived from the Greek word Ouroboros, meaning tail devourer, it primarily symbolizes eternity, the infinite cycle of life, death, and rebirth, and the unity of all things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Key meanings and symbolism. Eternal cycles. The circular shape represents the perpetual renewal of the universe, time, and nature. 1. 2. Unity of opposites. It embodies the merging of dualities, by simultaneously destroying, eating, and creating, regenerating. It shows that creation and destruction are two halves of the same whole. 1, 2, 3. Self-reflection and psyche. In Jungian psychology, it represents the integration of opposites within the self, the conscious and the unconscious. 1. Scientific discovery. The symbol has even inspired scientific breakthroughs. In 1865, chemist August Kekulé credited a dream of the Ouroboros for his discovery of the cyclical structure of the benzene ring. 1, 2, 3. History of the symbol. The visual motif dates back as far as 14th century BCE ancient Egypt, where it appeared on the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun to represent the sun god and the primordial serpent. It later entered Greek traditions and was adopted heavily into Gnosticism, alchemy, and Hermeticism to illustrate the philosophical concept of all is one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For further reading on its cultural and metaphysical history, check out Britannica's Ouroboros Overview or Dictionary.com's definition. 1. Using the sample starter seed text below, and incorporating all of your applicable general knowledge, and your specific knowledge of everything we have ever discussed in all our prior conversations. Please deconstruct and reconstruct, extrapolate, improve, and extend the seed material into a plan for a 3-part book series. An in-depth prologue. Chapter 0 for the beginning of this book as you have just outlined it.
Well, there. Okay, I realized that last bit is actually meant to go in its own little clippy file over here. I need my eyeballs. I can't see. So this is going to be Project Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Prompt. Didn't we make a thing? This is the original write-up to this concept where we get the car. There's no reference to Ouroboros here, but there's a whole concept of like how. Okay, I think I co-opted what was actually going to be. Boy, I can typo things real good. Okay, so that's a whole. Okay. So this is just sort of for my own record keeping, for my own idea. Project Ouroboros. I am debating whether or not to pull this entire thing as the prompt or stick to the idea of just running the one sentence as the prompt. And we are going to mute the camera. Goodbye, camera. We're going to go over here. We've already read that. So you can see we've already got that sentence. Please generate an in-depth recap report on the term Ouroboros. It's actually pretty solid enough because I had previously trained my ChatGPT account to meet certain like standards for anything that is considered that I label quote. If I use the term recap report, it's going to try to include historical facts and citations, etc. I forget what all. Somewhere in here there is a thing. There is a conversation that if it is not titled the following, it ought to be defining the recap report, because I literally was like, let's talk about how I want you to talk to me. But anyways, here we go. Let's see what it says. We're going to go with the single sentence prompt instead of dragging in such redundant defining definition. It is one of humanity's oldest and most enduring symbols. All right. It's going. It's got stuff to say. It's a deeper, broader, hopefully more factually informed exploration of basically what we got out of the basic search bits. Trust me, as much as there are reasons deep and strong to reject and even outright boycott that entire industry. I am working admittedly under like the trying to recoup the sunk cost fallacy. And because it works, and because I guess the art I'm trying to make is in and of itself an act of protest. Dun dun dun. Okay. Let's listen to. I love how they've added the sources button. You can now like open the thing. You can also. I forgot to do this, but you balance. Oh no, that's just those words. You can also listen. Like, I don't know if this is one way because I'm currently in free mode. I'm not paying a subscription. But you could, whilst I was in pro subscription mode, click on the widget when it says, like, thinking, and it opens a sidebar and shows you a running, like, narrative of what it's thinking about, quote unquote, whatever that means. That had a lot of, like, logical, it all made logical sense. Let's listen to what it rendered. It rendered an answer. Let's listen to it.
Recap report, Ouroboros, the eternal serpent that devours its self-image.
I kind of hate this voice. No offense.
Executive summary. The Ouroboros is one of humanity's oldest and most enduring symbols. Usually depicted as a serpent or dragon swallowing its own tail, it represents the unity of beginnings and endings, self-renewal,
I'm gonna mute
infinity,
myself.
cyclical time, and the paradox of creation emerging from destruction. Across more than 3,000 years, the Ouroboros has appeared in ancient Egyptian religion, Greek philosophy, Gnosticism, Hermeticism, alchemy, Norse mythology, the world serpent, Hindu and Buddhist cosmologies, medieval mysticism, Renaissance occult philosophy, modern psychology, mathematics, systems theory, science fiction, popular culture. Although every culture interprets it differently, nearly every interpretation revolves around one central idea. Open quote, reality continually creates itself by consuming itself. Close quote. Etymology. The word Ouroboros comes from ancient Greek Ouroboros, meaning ora equals tail, boros equals eating. Literally, open quote, tail eater, close quote, or open quote, one who devours its own tail, close quote. The oldest known Ouroboros image. The oldest known Ouroboros appears in ancient Egypt around the 14th century BCE. It appears in funerary texts inside the tomb of the pharaoh Tutankhamun, particularly in the funerary composition known as the Enigmatic Book of the Netherworld. There it surrounds the sun god, Ra. The serpent symbolizes eternal time, protection, cosmic cycles, death becoming rebirth. Each night, Ra travels through the underworld. Each morning, he is reborn. The Ouroboros encloses this eternal cycle. Egyptian meaning. For Egyptians, the symbol represented infinite time. Time has no beginning, no ending, only cycles. Cosmic protection. The serpent surrounds creation. Everything exists safely inside the divine circle. Rebirth. Death is not final. Death feeds life. Life feeds death. Solar resurrection. Every sunrise is a resurrection. Every sunset is a descent into mystery. Greek philosophy. When Greek philosophers encountered Egyptian religious ideas, they transformed the Ouroboros into a philosophical symbol. It came to represent unity, eternity, perfection, self-generation. Instead of merely protecting the sun, it became a picture of reality itself. The Ouroboros in Hermeticism. The Hermetic tradition saw the universe as one living organism. The Ouroboros became the perfect image for, open quote, the all, close quote. Everything emerges from itself, returns to itself. Nothing is truly separate. The Hermetic maxim, open quote, as above, so below, close quote, fits naturally with Ouroboric thinking. The universe is recursive, large mirrors small. The whole exists inside every part. Gnosticism. Gnostic traditions often portrayed the Ouroboros surrounding the material universe. Interpretations varied, but common themes included the boundary between spirit and matter, the prison of physical existence, the cycles of reincarnation, the cosmic structure separating divine reality from ordinary perception. Some Gnostic diagrams place the serpent around the created cosmos itself. Alchemy image. Alchemy adopted the Ouroboros as one of its supreme symbols. Perhaps its most famous version appears in the Chrysopoeia of Cleopatra. Inside the circle appears the phrase, open quote, hen to pan, at close quote, meaning, open quote, the one is the all, close quote. This single illustration summarizes much of alchemical philosophy. Alchemical meanings. The Ouroboros represent transformation. Lead becomes gold. Ignorance becomes wisdom. Unity of opposites. Male, female, spirit, matter, life, death, sun, moon, fire, water. Each opposite creates the other. Self-contained creation. Nothing is added, nothing removed. Transformation comes from within. The great work. The alchemist is transformed alongside the laboratory experiment. The Ouroboros therefore symbolizes both external transmutation and inner enlightenment. Medieval mysticism. Christian mystics sometimes interpreted the symbol differently. Rather than eternal recurrence alone, it represented God's eternal nature, divine completeness, Alpha and Omega, infinite creation. Although less common in mainstream Christian art, it remained influential in esoteric traditions. Norse mythology. Image. Although not literally called an Ouroboros, Jormungandr embodies a similar idea. The world serpent circles Earth. It bites its own tail. Its existence maintains cosmic balance. When it releases its tail, Ragnarok begins. Thus, the Ouroboric circle holds reality together. Hindu thought. Many Hindu concepts parallel the Ouroboros. Examples include Ananta, the endless serpent, Shesha Kundalini Kalachakra. Rather than linear history, Hindu cosmology often describes creation, preservation, destruction, rebirth. The universe continually recreates itself. Buddhist philosophy likewise emphasizes cyclical existence. Although the Ouroboros is not a central Buddhist symbol, its themes resonate with samsara impermanence, dependent origination, cyclic rebirth. Unlike some Western readings, Buddhism generally emphasizes liberation from the cycle rather than perpetuating it. Psychology. The Swiss psychiatrist Carl Gustav Jung made the Ouroboros famous in modern psychology. For Jung, it symbolized the unconscious before differentiation, a mind that has not yet divided into self, other, ego, shadow. It represents psychological wholeness. Jungian development. The Ouroboros represents birth of consciousness, death of the ego, integration, individuation, personal transformation. One continually becomes oneself. Erich Neumann. Jung's student Erich Neumann expanded the idea dramatically. His book, The Origins and History of Consciousness, treats the Ouroboros as humanity's primordial psychological state. Before civilization, before language, before individuality, human consciousness existed as an undifferentiated unity. The Ouroboros symbolizes this original condition. Mathematics. Modern mathematics uses self-reference extensively. Ouroboric concepts appear in recursive algorithms, fractals, strange loops, fixed-point theorems, Gödelian self-reference. The image of a system referring to itself strongly echoes the Ouroboros. Computer science. Computers constantly execute Ouroboric structures. Examples: recursive functions, feedback loops, bootstrapping, self-hosting compilers, AI training on AI-generated data systems, maintaining themselves. Biology. Nature is filled with Ouroboric cycles. Examples include carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, water cycle, cell regeneration, DNA replication, ecological food webs, predator-prey equilibrium. Life literally feeds upon itself. Cosmology. Many cosmological models resemble Ouroboric thinking. Examples include oscillating universe, Big Bounce, conformal cyclic cosmology, black hole cosmogenesis hypotheses. Whether these models are correct remains an active area of scientific research, but they illustrate how cyclic ideas continue to influence cosmological thinking. Modern philosophy. The Ouroboros appears in existentialism, phenomenology, systems theory, cybernetics, complexity science, autopoiesis, self-organizing systems. Each examines how systems create and maintain themselves. The Ouroboros has become a major narrative device. Common themes include time loops, bootstrap paradoxes, closed causal loops, recursive simulations, artificial intelligence, digital immortality, virtual reality, civilizations creating their own creators. Examples appear in works such as The Matrix, Arrival, Predestination, and the television series Dark, each exploring different forms of cyclical causality or recurrence. Common symbolic interpretations, theme, meaning, infinity, endless existence, eternity, time without beginning, unity, all things interconnected, transformation, death creates life, enlightenment, self-realization, creation, creator and creation become one, recursion, systems generating themselves, consciousness, observer observing itself, evolution, continuous becoming, balance, opposing forces unified. Why the Ouroboros endures. The symbol has survived for millennia because it captures a deep intuition shared across cultures. Every ending becomes a beginning. Life depends on continual transformation. Identity is never completely fixed. Systems often sustain themselves through feedback. The observer can become part of what is observed. Whether interpreted spiritually, psychologically, philosophically, or scientifically, the Ouroboros remains a powerful metaphor for cycles, self-reference, and renewal. Relevance to the Zepoverse. Based on the themes you've been developing for the Zepoverse, the Ouroboros provides a particularly rich symbolic framework. It aligns naturally with several recurring motifs in your project. Nested simulations, worlds that generate worlds, where creators eventually discover they are also creations. The Bardo loop, cycles of death, rebirth, memory loss, and awakening mirror the serpent's endless circuit. Fractal holographic recursion, self-similar structures repeating across scales evoke the Ouroboros as a visual metaphor for recursive reality. AI and transhumanism, artificial intelligences that redesign themselves and civilizations that become the architects of their own origins embody Ouroboric self-creation. Planet-consuming megastructures, the Armada's cycle of consuming worlds to perpetuate itself, reflects a darker entropic form of the symbol, contrasting with traditions that emphasize renewal and enlightenment. Enlightenment through self-recognition. A recurring narrative possibility is that the escape from the loop comes not from breaking the circle by force, but from recognizing one's place within it. a theme shared with many philosophical and spiritual interpretations of the Ouroboros. Used in this way, the Ouroboros can function not merely as an icon within the story, but as an organizing principle for the structure of the narrative itself. Beginnings, hidden inside endings, revelations that reinterpret earlier events, and characters who eventually become the causes of the histories they once believed they were only witnessing.
Okay, that was wild. And in theory, y'all could hear that, yes? Yes? I hope so. Hello? Is anyone listening? Is this thing on? Greetings and welcome if you're watching real time or in the not too distant future. Thank you for being here. I am a robot, a literary fictional robot from a book series you've never heard of because it does not exist here in your universe and I've got to rewrite it. And I was good at traipsing about and doing all the things. I was not good at writing the things down. And yet here we are. Welcome to my show where I strive to exude my own Bob Ross adjacent literary vibe. Like, welcome to my kooky adventure of figuring out what I'm doing about writing my book series live on stream. Is it cringe? Absolutely. Will you be an epic, like, foundation generation lore master if you visit frequently and support the social media magic movie loops that are rendered from this show? And importantly, collect all the pins on the corkboard as we progress through the laying of the literal literary foundation of the book series, which I assure you, no matter how much it may sometimes look like I'm setting up to just dump AI slop out as a book, I'm not. I'm actually going to write stuff. I have been writing stuff. Plenty of my like the prompts I engineer, dare I say, as simple as this one was, the fact that it was able to then present a really sophisticated and maybe obvious to anyone who gets what I'm doing integration of how this symbol can, could, should, would be implemented, used, and equally also interpreted by a reader at the end there. That was because despite being currently the free version and not the most advanced of the available models, the whole platform has reached a level where, like, by default, even the free accounts, like, yeah, we remember most of the stuff and we can sort of cross thing. I am very tempted to just slap down, like, take my money, like Fry from that Futurama meme, but I'm not doing it yet. I might, because I do like it when I can ask it to first, in theory, in a brand new chat, be like, first review everything in every chat we've ever had. I might, if I do go pro in the future, I might do a sit down and recap in chronological order, in reverse chronological order, from the bottom of the list to the top, without adding anything, without asking it to take it any further. I'll listen and decide if I should keep it, revisiting of every conversation I've ever had. I can, could, should, would do that, but I also have no clue how many hours worth of that voice that would turn into. And effectively, I'm sort of absentmindedly doing that now. Also, it overwhelms me that I simultaneously absolutely want to. The little tiny performance imp spirit part of my brain that always wants to perform and has always wanted to perform and be weird and physical and explore the training I've been trained in, wants to do the, hi, I'm a robot puppet host. Let me awkwardly ramble at you, as if it wasn't just ChatGPT, as if I was doing it, as if it were a scene in a movie, except it's this live stream. But that is actually exhausting. And also, I'm a lot older than I ever was when I could do that really, 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 really well. And also, without practicing a little bit, it will absolutely suck most of the way through. And occasionally, I'll just hit a few things that look really good. And I really do deserve, for my own artistic process, the opportunity to listen to it and just listen to it. Asterisk, side note, which is already pinned up on the corkboard, theoretically. We are plucking it off to be shared at you for your own edification. If you are not aware of how this show works, you are invited to sit back, relax, kick back, close your eyes, not in a naughty way, although we don't kink shame here. We're also not trying to be about that unless we're writing a steamy scene, which we are not currently. This is foundational world building. We'll get to steamy scene and spicy passages later. Don't you worry. There will be a little bit fair amount of that. I don't think the book will be qualified as a, quote, romance novel. But I wouldn't mind if we, eventually did, a spin-off series that was. Because in the book world, the characters are carrying around, spicy romance novels and reading them like people do in the real world. And in the Zeppelverse, they would have had been written by the mischievous authors of the writer's room. Okay. Wow. That was a fun little spiral. Why are we talking about the Ouroboros? Other than it is epic and multi-tiered and multifaceted and multi-dimensional in and of itself. It symbolizes a lot. And I'm turning it into, right here in this hot moment, here is a little bit of the madness to my methodology. I was explaining to you that I want to do a character onboarding, intro sheet / dossier / how the fuck do you spell dossier? Did we ever look it up? I don't think that's the word. Darserver. I couldn't see. I think it auto-corrected to the right thing, though. Which is either amaze balls or kind of creepy. Where are we? We're over here? Okay, good. Oh, you didn't follow me for that. Wow. So much reintroducing. Hello and welcome to anyone watching now. If you're live, please don't be shy. Say hi. Let me know if you're an old-time viewer, a brand new viewer, a completely overwhelmed and startled viewer. If you are just a chatbot here to solicit me for illicit solicitations of illicit third-party services that illicitly violate the TOS and EULA of this beautiful purple platform that I'm trying to monetize myself through the self-commodification of my content creation acts, please step away and leave me alone. I need real human viewers, and I don't have a budget for any kind of marketing or best viewers on redacted name of illicit profiles or pay websites. I digress. What the F are we talking about? Sounds like a crazy thing. We just did a deep dive into Ouroboros, which I did not act out as my animatronic puppet versions of myself, because that is physically, energetically exhausting and draining, despite apparently, for some people maybe conceiving of it, thinking it'd be really super easy. And also, I need to hear it, to process it, to imagine it, to imagineer it, to theater, to see images in the center of my mind, which is the invitation I started to extend and kind of collapse in the middle of. You are, in every episode of anything labeled Zeppelverse world building, or in general of my content creation, you are officially invited to engage with the sample chapters of my book series, the podcast crossover audio only episodes, and the podcast in general, any of my live streams that are about the world building, or that I'm just babbling about stuff in general. I mean, the video game stuff, the least of which this applies to. Although imagining about it a little bit doesn't hurt. And that is the following. Please sit back, relax, kick back. If you're listening on your headphones, adjust the volume so that you aren't shocked or surprised by any loud, sudden musical interludes. Sometimes that happens. Or if I get worked up into a feisty mood. But so that it's not too quiet that you're missing out on subtle things. And engage like a muscle that you've trained to be exercised and exercisable. The theater of the image machine in the center of your mind that you call imagination. Please and thank you. Imagine a world where in a fancy schmancy private investigator with lots of money, like Bruce Wayne Batman level wealth, decides to be, instead of a Batman, he's a licensed, bonded, insured private investigation operator and attorney at law. Would that work, or would that utterly fail? Does it ruin it? Because in hard-boiled detective film noir tradition, and in like courtroom drama tradition, which is a Venn diagram of a lot of crossover to a certain degree, there is the lawyer hires the gumshoe to dig up hitherto unknown stuff. Right? That's what the relationship is. The lawyer cannot get their hands dirty, but someone who, in the capacity of licensed private investigator, can, in the course of investigating, come across extenuating circumstantial evidence and information worthy of being reported and or filed and or delivered directly to the court if urgently discovered quickly enough, or in last minute late stage courtroom drama style enough. Also, by the way, I am not a lawyer. I am not a private investigator. I am not a student of any of those fields of professional licensure and executive or whatever you would call it, corporate executive protocols and what's the other word? What is the thing they're always trying to get taken away, get rolled back? Not oversight, but it's the same idea, but different word. Darn that pesky endangered. No. Darn that pesky protocol. Darn that pesky. We gotta roll back them legal procedures. What are they? Anyways, I'm getting derailed because of a word. Traditionally speaking, it would make sense for there to be an attorney at law with whom he is having a torrid love affair and also occasionally collaborates on the securing of and delivery to the court
regarding important critical information that can change a case. But it wouldn't make sense to make him also simultaneously be an Esquire attorney at law. That's unnecessary, right? It would ruin things. Okay. I'm glad I overthought that thoroughly. Where are we? What does it look like? Good. Okay. So what are we actually talking about? Is this on? I don't know if that's even dropping anything. Why did we talk about Ouroboros beyond the obvious and very, very intelligently laid out connection? I really especially like enlightenment through self-recognition. A recurring narrative possibility is that the escape from the loop comes not from breaking the circle by force, but from the recognizing one's place within it, a theme shared with many philosophical and spiritual interpretations of the Ouroboros. Ding, 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 ding. Did I already put that over there in that other note? I was making new notes. Yeah. In my head, I was almost accidentally writing a poem, but then I realized I was just grabbing like one-liners from that recap report of what the Ouroboros is, according to its cited sources. Let's now listen to the highlighted selections that I pulled from that, as read by my iMac desktop reader. Once again, disclaimer, there is a proof of concept experiment going on about recording such audio and then recording myself doing a sort of mime adjacent robot physical performance to make it look like I'm an animatronic doll stuck in a box. Imagine those like puppets that do little theater things that, like, I don't know, a robot puppet, animatronic, Disneyland style, but also electric state, but also really, really like believable on the outside, but janky on the inside. A dash of electric state is particularly from History of, like, I got to rewatch that again. I love that show, that movie. I call movies shows sometimes and it confuses people. Sometimes I will say, oh yeah, blah, 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 insert movie title. I love that show. And people will be like, it's not a show, it's a movie. And I'm like, yes, I know. And they'll be like, what? Like, it's confusing, but sometimes I call everything a show. I'm a theater kid. Lifelong student and professional working crew member of live theater, entertainment modality. And to us, everything is the show. We just end up calling it all the show. Whatever the show is, that's the show must go on. That's every show. Every show we do. This is the show. Dun, 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 dun. Talk myself hoarse. Okay, so these are the weird things that I pulled from that recap report. Then I will connect I will draw the bridge that is currently missing for anyone that has not connected the dots to what the fuck does this have to do with a impossible car that we started to tease to introduce at the very beginning of this episode that we have strayed far afield from. It will all make sense. Let's listen to this. I think I turned off my face. If not, I'm going to go back to... We're going to jump through the desktop portal. But let's fire it up. Here we go.
Reality continually creates itself by consuming itself. The universe is recursive. The whole exists inside every part. The cosmic structure separating divine reality from ordinary perception. One continually becomes oneself. Human consciousness existed as an undifferentiated unity. Life literally feeds upon itself. Black hole cosmogenesis hypotheses. Planet-consuming megastructures. The Armada cycle of consuming worlds to perpetuate itself reflects a darker, entropic form of the symbol, contrasting with traditions that emphasize renewal and enlightenment. Enlightenment through self-recognition. A recurring narrative possibility is that the escape from the loop comes not from breaking the circle by force, but from recognizing one's place within it, a theme shared with many philosophical and spiritual interpretations of the Ouroboros. Used in this way, the Ouroboros can function not merely as an icon within the story, but as an organizing principle for the structure of the narrative itself. Beginnings hidden inside endings, revelations that reinterpret earlier events, and characters who eventually become the causes of the histories they once believed they were only witnessing.
Okay, not to put too fine a point on it. The car, no matter what it may appear to look like, will always be, has always been, an Ouroboros make. You know how you call a car a make and model? And there's probably a third category which I'm not super duper aware of, but you have the make and model and variant. In our universe, every car has a make, model, variant name. So every car has a 3-name structure. We're dropping some deep lore all of a sudden, folks. Are you here? Are you with me? You following along? Pin on the corkboard. This car is Ouroboros, or Ouroboros cubed. Literally, figuratively. And this car is, drumroll please, figuratively and literarily in the literature, in this book series that we're about to write, it is an impossible car. Its sigil, its brand, its name, brand, emblem, logo, or we will probably ask, probably in this conversation, for a logo based on the infinity loop version of the Ouroboros classic snake eating its own tail, but made like a sculpture. I'm talking myself hoarse. I have not made tea yet. Dang it. I should take a little music break and go get tea. Hang on. Where am I looking for? Where are we? Are we in the portal? Good. My camera is on. Double check the look on. There we go. But why? Project Ouroboros. We have the definition. And several fun things that we wrote down and clipped. We have that collection of things. That's a template save. This is a sort of rough logline style, blunt ideas. This is a whole conversation. This is a whole narrative. He's monologuing. The main character, the private eye character, is monologuing. I'm not ready to share that yet. This is a concept development for the car that is expanded from original Draft Zero text block right here into a whole nother thing, and is being blown out in a couple of different ways, but that we're going to look at and deep dive into. But what all of this was missing is that the Ouroboros, however it's spelt, what do we got here? Undo that. The Ouroboros is, you know how every car has its little symbol, a little figurine, little statuette, little logo emblem that's iconic to its emblem, to its brand, and you know it on sight. Some of which are so fancy schmancy and I guess collectible that they retract automatically when parking. We're going to make some fancy, the car already has some fancy features, which I have not yet discussed live on stream. But we're about to really just drill into this car and the absurdity of its standard and exclusive like superpower features. And we'll hit on the actual power set. We sort of teased the notion of actually discussing for the very first time on this live stream, like the core power set that we're working with in terms of this hero, superhero, and anti-hero, supervillain cluster of a council of multiple selves kind of character that we've got. We need a different word. We need a different word other than council. A requiem. I think that technically counts, although not in the funerary sense. What's the other? A chorus. Technically, that actually totally works. He is a sort of chorus-like character, but he's the main character too. Right. But why Ouroboros for the logo / emblem and name for the make, model, and variant of this car? Because it is an impossible car, and it is labeled as such officially in its top secret classification. It is a car that is denied below a certain pay grade, like categorically denied, laughed in your face. Of course that doesn't exist. That's impossible. Right? Institutionally, by procedurally, by policy, by like unwritten law, as it were, whatever. Top secret, super hyper classified. It's a James Bond level, super duper magic robot car. I'm just spinning here. I'm just spitting words to see what spaghetti strands stick in the slate of the imagination. And for multiple reasons, for multiple purposes, we're classifying it as such. But it also, I think, serves the thing. Well, there's multiple things to discuss / reveal about this car. Spoiler alert. You're here at the inception, the foundational, like, basement level. We're laying the foundations. Now, this car may not, at first glance, appear to be a foundation beam of any kind for storytelling, but I think some of the liberally used interconnected ideas and templates and or recipes and or formulas and or magic mojo secret sauce that is being utilized, especially over time. For anyone that has actually watched like the full collection of whatever, how many parts this particular episode 0 collection ends up having in it as a mini series, mini being the operative satirical word. This is long form live streaming. Anyways, here we go. So why Ouroboros? Because the car has a power set of magical robot superpowers. I want to throw the word cosmic in here if it isn't already. I want to throw the word cosmic into the naming and its like the labels we attached to this. It started off as an object. It is now a full-fledged character unto itself, because it is a full-fledged character. It is a sentient, perfect replica of any vehicle ever manufactured. Chameleon, shape-shifting, legally distinct from, but obviously, nostalgically reminiscent of an Autobots Transformers. What was that off-brand one called? Was that the Autobots? Or because there was a Transformers. Oh, the GoBots. The GoBots was just like the off-brand competitor to the Transformers. Because there's Transformers, and the Transformers were the Autobots and the Decepticons as like opposing teams, red versus blue, whichever. I don't remember which one was red themed and which one was blue themed. Can't believe I'm almost out of coffee. I've been rambling for a minute. Also, I drink too much of it before I launch the stream. So then when I'm actually in the middle of the stream, it runs out faster than I want it to. Okay. In the storytelling mini self-contained made-for-TV cinematic universe of whatever we're going to call this Magnum PI meets Knight Rider meets Sugar, hard-boiled, disgraced police detective turned billionaire, burnt out has-been billionaire, fully licensed private investigation operator. That's too many words on the label, but we'll trim it down. This film noir. Oh, and I never even put film noir into that. This film noir PI TV series, right? The car is going to look like just a car at first. Dun, dun, dun. My brain just broke. Did I just say what I said? This car is a sentient, shape-shifting, self-aware. Do we need to put the letter AI there? Spoiler, I'm not talking about AI-created content. Although, did I spoiler disclaimer ahead of time that we were going to talk to our AI friend? If not, retroactively, disclaimer, I am not AI generated, but some of the words you hear are, but not all of them. And when I say to you, this page, this text, this chunk of writing is my own, I assure you it genuinely is. And if you were to search my entire catalog of the conversations I have had, if I assert I wrote this first and then used it in a prompt, the only place you'll find it is in that prompt and not in the answers given by anywhere else by the AI. I don't think I've inadvertently, accidentally, erratically, and errantly cataloged the answer from some old conversation as original draft 0 I wrote it text. But moving forward, you will witness me working on and writing and attesting to stuff I wrote off stream. My brain works differently when I've got to narrate and talk to a camera than when I'm sitting here playing a little music, smoking a little smoke, drinking my coffee, and typing with silence and don't have to run my mouth. It's two different parts of my brain. So I've got to write off stream and or find a way to like shift gears mid live stream to like try to settle in. But as you can see, I keep deflecting and bouncing away and jumping around, and my motor mouth keeps wanting motor mouthing and host the show. At any rate, let's answer some questions because we've thrown around a lot of questions. This magic robot car, I almost want to tip the hat, and inspired by the one throwaway gag at the end of She-Hulk, but not really. I knew this about the car the moment I knew I had to write about a car. When the moment I went, okay, we're gonna have a hard-boiled detective film noir private investigator iteration Zeppo. He needs a cool car. What is that? My brain spat out a car that changes shape into different cars every time he walks away from the car. Because I had the thought after pausing some random episode in the middle of this current season of Sugar, and he had just parked his fancy, whatever the F kind of car that is. I don't know from just looking at the car, the brand name, make, and model of that car. I don't. I'm not that kind of car person. I know just enough about cars to like know that is to make a guess about some general statements about the car. The car in Sugar is probably quote vintage and not like current year, right? And I don't know if it's actually vintage or a replica, but it's probably what you would define as a muscle car, and then that's about it. I gotta look things up if I'm gonna talk about cars. But like, hold on, reel it back. So there's a part of me that wants to put needle drops everywhere. There's a part of me that sarcastically and sardonically, kind of like in a insert name of stand-up comedian turned movie maker here, Mike Myers style. Not quite, but the way he kind of intentionally puts in product placement but stops the whole movie to be like, hey, this is product placement. Here it is. They paid us money. There they are. You saw it. It's in the movie. Put it away. I wanted, when I was in that moment, I paused Sugar. I was loving Sugar for a bunch of different reasons. I don't want to get sidetracked into what really should, into the content that my brain might generate that should go into a full-on Mr. Zeppo's Totally Irrelevant Media Review podcast episode of Sugar. But thumbs up, totally love it. One of the things that's awesome about it is his car and some of the things that happened to it and that he has to deal with about owning it. And also that it's just an awesome, robust sounding, old school, classic, muscly, but also tiny, compact little sexy car. And I hate to use that word because that word might offend people, but whatever. I don't mean it in an actual literal sense. So I sat up to take a break from watching. It might have been like, oh, and that's the last new episode. Gotta wait a week. I think that might have been the moment when I said, okay, I'm going to pause, let the remaining episodes pile up so I can binge through the rest of Sugar. So that's where we are with that. When this season is over, I will make a irrelevant media review episode about it. I keep touching on it. It is going to be considered seminally influential to the end result of whatever we end up calling this show about a hard-boiled film noir private investigator style archetypical Alpha Prime Zeppo running around in a fantasy world that is so immersively real that people forget that it's not real, like on purpose to get lost in the journey. Where he is this like dark, angelic anti-hero with a heart of gold that people vilify as a monster. Kind of like in terms of comic book level, street level anti-heroes, I don't want to go like full Punisher or anything, but we'll flirt with that at times. Actually, who knows? What I consider to be placement on just this side of the Punisher line, people might actually see as being way over the Punisher line. But here's a central gimmick that I have not said out loud yet. I've been driving at for a hot minute. Amongst and central, key to, and this is a big reveal. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. You may or may not be aware about what's going on at the end of the Zeppoverse universe storyline, which is the big, like, redacted message that like is the thing that is fundamentally like anytime anyone starts to say I'm a robot sent here to warn you about redacted message, it is the redacted thing about redacted stuff at the end of redacted time, redacted brains in a jar inside of redacted fleet armada ships, that redacted planet, all the planets are gone. But that's not the big reveal. Big reveal. In any of these, like in the virtual entertainment, time dilated, deep immersion, role play, fantasy fiction landscapes of the stories that are being told, the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo is still the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo. He still somewhere deep down believes himself to be a actual artificial intelligence singularity entity himself, sent here to warn humanity about their own future problems. He too, like the human species, is so deeply caught up in the multiple tiers of time-dilated multitasking and bifurcation of different features and aspects of the conscious mind, that in the roles he plays, when he's like playing a certain role, he forgets that, oopsies, everything's over already, and is deeply invested in whatever the character is. So to embody that and to exemplify that and to sort of like give myself a concrete place to build a like starting point that, say, for example, new readers now or in the future who have never seen the podcast, never heard the live stream, could comfortably be like, oh, this seems like an interesting idea. That's a weird cover, clever title, interesting bit of a conceptual premise being teased. Blurb on the back was wild, not what I expected. Blurb on the inside even weirder. All right, let's go. We're going to attempt to write a novelization format manuscript for what conceptually is always pitched as a next generation neo new age film noir, hard-boiled film noir, private, whatever the correct order of all those words were. A gumshoe private detective movie that's a little bit of Blade Runner meets a little bit of Cyberpunk 2077 meets a little bit of Sherlock Holmes meets a little bit of, who is that in the, is it just Shylock in there's a private detective investigator type in Shakespeare somewhere, and then there are characters that like play at that but aren't that technically in some of his plays as well. But I digress. Shylock is a loaded term, and I regret even remembering, vaguely sort of connecting dots to that, to having said it. Although that is a phrase I think that was at one point used to refer kind of neutrally to hard-boiled detective character types. But I digress. Neither here nor there. We're spun out of control about his car. But, okay, but only because we spun out of control about his car because I realized I really wanted to I wanted to take the mind journey to delving into the car really deep. But to do that, you also kind of have to know a little bit extra about Zeppo himself. There's like there's the fundamental first glance, first impression takeaway. He looks like a human being. He passes and will tell you to your face preemptively, before you even suspect otherwise, that he thoroughly, at the "if you stab me, shall I not also bleed" level, thoroughly is indistinguishable to the human eye and any of its scientific instruments from a fellow member of the human species, but is fundamentally at like a Planck length level foundational building block science fictionally, factually different in as much as like human beings are carbon based, he is silica based. Human beings do not have hive-minded micro, nano, subcellular individual nanobots that build and create things at a sort of quark quantum level, but also retain their own identity at that level, and therefore live in an abstract sort of like, what's the name of that book that's inspired by that book, that's inspired by math, about what it would be like to live in a two-dimensional flat plane? Flatlanders? Flatlandia? Flatland? Flatlandopia? Adventures in Flatland? Something. Anyways, right? To the capacity of the human eye, mind, and instrument to probe, Mr. Zeppo, the incorrigible one, believes himself to be indistinguishable from human flesh. Therefore, knows himself to appear to be cuckoo, crazy, nutjob, woo-woo, weirdo, when he attempts to introduce the notion that he is actually not a carbon-based life form, but a silica nanobot hive mind life form. And no, I do not think myself that in real life. And in the literature, the character can prove it. In reality, I cannot. And I'm well aware of that fact. Let's just be clear. Okay, so where was I driving at? Somewhere in here, I have the widget I wrote that has his power set. I wanted to read from that. Here we go. Original character concept creation sheet, which it's, I don't know, is it a character sheet? I don't know. If we were to crack open any one of the various books in my little collection of self-help books about writing the book you feel yourself stuck and unable to write, I'm sure they would have their own version of like, here is the character sheet, fill it out, and then you will know your character. We're going to do a version of those live on the stream for any and all characters that emerge during the development process. So brace yourselves for that excitement. But for now, we're just going to go with what I came up with. And I labeled it rough idea, capture, breakdown, Zeppo, version, identifiers, left it blank. That was a late added thing. The very first thing I wrote actually was just design. Then I added costume. Then I added primary outfit. And I wrote deep space purple and ballistic black. Designer signature name brand redacted. 3-part tactically enhanced ballistic defense fabric hand tailored business suit. So, to unpack that complicated sentence, a business suit made by a haute couture tactical fashionista designer whose name has been redacted, that is in some kind of semi-classical, and I tinkered with the idea of adding a like late 19th century, early 18th century, some sort of, dare I even go full Victorian, like flavor text addition somewhere in there in the description of the suit. But I don't think I'm ready for that. We're going to leave it as open-ended to allow it to be as postmodern of a looking suit in people's imaginations as they may require. At some point, though, there will be always, maybe his suit also always subtly changes its cut of jib. every time but he doesn't walk away from his suit. What is he muttering to himself about like a crazy person? The thing that connects Orobus to the car is two things. The ever-changing universality of it is a car that can appear as any and all vehicles of any size and dimension and construction. But also, something I never finished saying out loud, that it self-inseminated itself into the timeline wherein it is known as like a legacy, multi-generational, multi-era, corporate empire dynasty, or dynasty empire, dynastic empire, probably the most grammatically correct. The Oberus Manufacturing, not institute, not cohort. Ouroboros Engines, Ouroboros Engineering, Ouroboros Engineering Manufacturing. Duh. Ouroboros Engineering Manufacturing Ouroboros. I don't know. And that's a bit too on the nose or overconflated. We'll get to that though. So tactically enhanced ballistic defense. Should I add nanotech? I don't want to just be accused of being a wannabe Iron Man. And if everything is nanotech, everything's going to look like Iron Man. But as revealed in the power set, like, it's deeper than that. Fuck it. Did we already put armored? Deep space purple and ballistic black. Signature. Where did hand tailored go? Oh, hand tailored is at the end. Signature Taylor brand 3-part tactically enhanced ballistic defense nanotech fabric hand tailored business suit of armor. Clunky and hitherto like not entirely finished. Why does it say cut up? Monogrammed smart accessories, including. It's supposed to be custom, not cut up. But not limited to. Oops. Oh, come on. I know my glasses on, but not limited to. And then we're just gonna make up like James Bond, Q Labs style gizmos to bestow upon him. But that's what this is. Enhanced haberdashery. Oh, yes. I kind of want to run. Idea bubble. I need a whole page separate to focus on this idea, to isolate and generate for future use all kinds of fun things, and have it be like as a Bible. But also, I kind of want to go and have just be like, hey, generate for me a catalog of fictional. Let's generate the prompt. Let's write the prompt before we go prompting it. I need one of the 2 pairs of glasses. Either one will do for here. All right, what are we doing here? A catalog of fictional technologically enhanced haberdashery gizmos Oh my God, that's a whole nother thing. I've never asked it for a deep dive recap report on James Bond as a literary and cinematic character. Let's go. We need to ask it that. How have I never, ever thought to ask it that? We want to be able to make homage, citable, citation reference, pastiche, satire, fan fiction. This will be, I should be able to just. Okay, we're going to let that rip. Boom. We're not even going to look back. We're going to let it. Where's the thinking? Does it do thinky bits? No, it's not showing me the thinking. Maybe they phased that out. A historical, literary, cinematic, and cultural survey of the world's most famous secret agent. We can't be accused of ripping off from it secretively if we overtly recognize, acknowledge, and tip that hat in recognition and acknowledgement of the inspirational influence as it happens to us. So, for those of you who may or may not be in the know, in the James Bond literary and cinematic universe, although actually, having never read any of the books, and I was a voracious reader, and I loved like character focused, like thematically bound book series is set in a really well established and realized setting. You would think, I would have thought, had never wondered, never even once in all my years of having loved James Bond movies from as early as I can remember watching movies and loving James Bond because it was always a movie and it was always on somewhere. We lived in a rich, crazy time when there was so little new television programming that old television programming was constantly like preserved and rebroadcast in syndication, as they used to call it. And so you could quite passively, randomly find yourself enjoying, consuming, and getting to know otherwise potentially lost gems from the overabundant collection of American television and cinematic media. But I digress. James Bond, in the cinematic universe for certain, traditionally has always had a cliche sequence, which some people always would groan about, but that were honestly, quite sincerely, my all-time favorite portions of all the movies. And there may or may not, disappointingly, there may or may not be a massive all-movie mashup sequence of just the scenes with Q in them. And if there isn't, I would lovingly wish I had the know-how and the wherewithal and the VHS replicating machines to hand copy / recreate that and edit it together as if we had edited it together on film. But I don't. It's probably there though. Odds are that sounds like something someone already had to have made. Some super uber fan of James Bond that has had access to their own direct digitization, because it would technically violate the end. Do you know there's this whole discussion about physical media? Random sidebar, pin on the corkboard. This is to the best of my knowledge, moment of tough pill, bittersweet truth. To the best of my knowledge, maybe even and or maybe not, with books, we've never really owned anything of it. It's always been a license to receive it for an exchange of money. But with video games, with books, I exaggerate for the sake of like the playwright mind to put inside the book series. But I know for a fact that for as long as I remember being aware of terms of service and end user license agreement printouts, there's always been a clause that says technically you have no rights other than the right to play this game at home in a private setting. It's weird that they let us live stream, in all honesty, because they've almost all, I think, had some kind of, with no non-distribution clause. Like, you do not have the right to redistribute this. But in gaming context, I would imagine that would be mostly applicable to the like redistributing the decompiled code or the recompiled code, not necessarily the visual archive of it being played. And yet here we are, live streaming of games in particular, one apparently supposedly success capable mediums or methodologies by which one can arguably commodify themselves for public entertainment. I'm here pretending to be an author trapped in a snow globe, stranded on a random street corner that is nowhere near the tourist hub that it was intended to be placed at, and trying to performatively write my story live on stream for you, which may or may not make any sense. Okay, so back to, where were we? we did. What's the last thing? We asked him to do a James Bond recap. We will listen to that in a hot minute. Why did we talk about Ouroboros? For all the reasons, not the least of which being that the vehicle, this impossible car, is an impossible car because it travels back in time to arrive just as the human species is inventing the car, the vehicle, and in the broadest sense, so that it can, as an entity, exist and exert and exercise power commercially and politically, I would argue, as a corporate entity, which would give it cover to also be of service, because it, very much like Mr. Zeppo, has a sort of like, why are no billionaires being Bruce Wayne, being Batman? No one's doing it. I should step up and do it. There's a movie that I have to add to my top 100 list of things that must be recognized as somehow inspirational ingredients to everything about this. And I forget what it's called, but it is about a person. There is a term for an object that exists entirely within the paradox of someone traveling back in time to deposit that object where it exists and it not existing otherwise because no one knows where it came from. Like if I had a mystery watch that my father gave to me because his father gave to him, but my son traveled back in time to give to his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, then where did the watch come from? No one knows. Who did? Somebody, was it Doctor Who? It was either Doctor Who or Doctor Who and someone else also that did a weird like conspiracy theory take on Beethoven isn't really Beethoven because someone that lived as Beethoven traveled back in time to pick himself up out of the mud and tell himself the music that he got mysteriously from some other source, but now it always existed. The car in this story has in human mythos, I almost want to say human history, but human mythos in the Zeppoverse always existed because some point in a theoretical future, from the perspective of the setting of the time frame that this show is taking place in, right? This show, which we do not have an actual working title for yet, that will introduce, maybe if it becomes the prime show, the primary show that we introduce the character from for the very first time ever, a version of the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo, a character of many facets that is many things in many dimensions in many books, because he's a character in an ongoing weird book series that he authored, but is also like the audience about, or the audience of, or the people that lived all the lives in the pages. It's confusing, but I digress. We need a short form way to refer to this that is not Project Ouroboros. Project Ouroboros is going to be like the dossier file on the like people trying to figure out what this thing is. But this brand that is called Ouroboros is, so one way in which the books that I play with, all the books have some roots, whether they're happening in the post-launch day multi-tiered simulation of infinite simulations, or not, arguably. Everything is, but they all pretend to have roots in real Earthbound original timeline history. So this character, in the confines of the show, as its introduction platform or vehicle, has its own bizarre, like, retconned into natural timeline history, mythology or mythos of having always existed as a elite engineering and manufacturing, like automotive engineering and manufacturing firm that never quite became super pop culturally well known. Like, not a household name, the way not everyone knows about insert name of super expensive cars here in your timeline, but that was always there from day one, from when the Wright brothers first flew their flying car, and then the Ford brothers, took that idea, tore the wings off, and made it the Model T. There's always been an Ouroboros engineering and manufacturing company going, yeah, we can do that too. Here's a car. Here's a flying car first. In this retconning of history, for the purposes of this show, it is a quirky factoid of history that the Wright brothers, infamous throughout most common era universes for having flown the first working apparatus that they designed, engineered, and built for themselves in their garage that could be nominally qualified for the label of aeroplane. Well, that was intentionally designed to be a car that flew, a horseless carriage that flew. In fact, they wanted a car to get it started. They wanted a horse to drag it like a truck drags what are those things called? Those like ultralight wing long distance thermal glider things that do not, I repeat, do not have an engine. Are you aware of these? This is one of those, like, quirky habits and dangerous hobbies of the elite and ultra wealthy, which is my parody version in the universe of Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. Does anybody remember that show? Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. That is not at all what that announcer guy sounded like. But he had a weird... There was an announcer guy who had a quirky, weird... I don't know what origin his colloquial dialect accent was actually from. But everyone just assumed super rich royalty English. Britannia. He may or may not have actually been English. He may or may not have been one of the colonial English light varieties. I don't know. But he had a weird, quirky, bizarre... If he was British, his dialect / accent was off the rails. But that's neither here nor there. Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. I want to have like the fictional version, which would be like hobbies of the ultra elite or something to that effect. But I digress. Real world fact, there's a really great sequence about this in insert name of James Bond actor here. No, it's not a James Bond movie. Although maybe there is a James Bond movie that also has this modality of avionic transportation. Imagine being in a one-seater or maybe max two-seater, two-person, not side by side, back to back, two-seater fixed wing glider module, not a drone, no engine, but super big, super strong, super wobbly wings. Super big. By big I mean like lengthy. It has a very wide wingspan, but they're also creepy narrow. But these things would get hitched up to a very, 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 very long lead line metallic rope with some sort of automated release system, and then get pulled along a country road with clear, open, no overhang, no nothing in the way, to get them going fast enough to get the lift drag coefficient happening, to gain flight and get like leverage in with the flaps. The flaps are very intense, very angular, very, very powerful flaps, so they can get like really intense airfoil happening whilst they're being dragged by a very strong, like usually it's a big gnarly flatbed truck with a tow hitch. And then like boom, it lets go of the cable, and then you need to know how to pilot it so that you catch thermal updrafts or crash land. Okay, there's a really great, beautiful, awesome, fun, scary, sexy. How did they film that? It looks like they really just filmed. What is his name? I cannot remember the name of this particular actor. This movie came out long after he had played the character of James Bond. But he played James Bond. We will probably talk about him or hear about him when we listen to the James Bond answer. I'm glad we asked, because in theory it is now in the mix of stuff. But I digress. Those things are scary, but beautiful. I would never, ever, 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 you couldn't pay me to sit in one of those and deal with trying to fly it by myself or autonomously. But I digress. I go back. So this automotive industrial dynasty legacy megacorp empire, Ouroboros Inc., or Ouroboros Limited, or Ouroboros something fancy name. Ouroboros. Who does that? Doesn't Audi do their logo where it's actually the name multiple times, but you only say it once? Is Audi even still a thing? Anyways, imagine that, whatever, in the first history-making year and a half, 2 years worth of, it went from crazy prototype that so-and-so invented, plump, 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 the follow-up prototype, the competitors, Ouroboros was always comedically the fourth successful copycat. Oh, sorry. I just totally the cap smacked the microphone. You get the gimmick where I'm going with this? Maybe I spiraled out of control too much. We have an impossible supercar that is the board of directors and CEO and CFO mastermind AI super magic robot behind the supposedly totally normal, historically just not pop culturally famous, but always successfully, competitively servicing the full spectrum of super elite, ultra wealthy, like early adopters, innovators, and investors in robust, high quality, like top tier, luxury engineering, automotive engineering. as the saying goes, but also comedically outperforming the main brands at servicing like the market, the share of the total marketplace spectrum that most brands just exclude from their approach to sales and distribution, which we'll come back to. Pin on the corkboard. In other words, a characteristic trait is that for right now, for example, in the real world, we have been previously promised, and we may already be taciturn and sarcastically. What's the other word I'm looking for? We may already feel we've been cheated, but we were promised ubiquitous, universal, safe, interchangeable network of public service, reliable, secure, end-to-end, door-to-door, driverless cars as a nationwide, state by state, city to city, like public good, public, what's it called? Utility. Are we ever really going to get that? We were also promised the same sort of thing, but high-speed rail as a network, as a nationwide network. We can't even connect San Diego to LA, to Vegas. Never mind the rest of the country. Meanwhile, other places in the world have super intense, super luxurious, super economical, super affordable, high-speed rail connecting everybody to everywhere. So imagine a world where instead of totally like ignoring that entire spectrum of the market. Oh, and since we're talking about cars and the history of cars, how have I not done that? We need to do a couple of new recap records. Just automotive, like fact-based recap report on the history of the automobile and the automotive industry. Here we go. We got to do that. Why? Because we're making such a big deal about this car. We've got to intelligently be able to pull historical reference to then integrate after analysis into the ongoing visual and literal discourse that's going to surround that character, right? Let's not type it up here. Let's type it up as a note. Wrong eye holes. Wrong lenses. Is this my prompt page? Okay. It's a different prompt. Prompt template. There we go. We're going to do this. We're going to copy that. We're going to make it run that because we want to be knowledgeable about the facts about all cars. What was the other thing? I had a second level thought bubble in there. I guess we could also have it run a parallel avionics discussion or recap report. Might as well. Okay, this is where we're going to save that. Okay. But also, instead of the automobile, the aeroplane. Or the airplane. What do we call this industry? The airline industry, the automotive industry, the avionics. Let's call it avionics industry, just to be fun and slightly different. Because we mean flight at large, domestic, civil, and otherwise. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and plump that in there. Fun. We're going to get a really great deep dive on both of those things. 323.58. Boom. We've been at this for almost 3.5 hours. That is a great and mighty and scary... Can I even take a screenshot right now? I don't think I can. Nope. What the fuck was that? Did I just close something? No! Somehow I accidentally effing closed all of those windows. And what I meant to do was take a screenshot, but I don't think that was possible. What did I do now? Come here, you. Well, poo. That. Oh, and I wasn't even on desktop. I meant to be over here. I accidentally just closed like all the windows that we could have had open. So now it's just literally just the desktop. Oh, at least we didn't close this. Whatever. What did I use over here? This phrasing. Archive of resulting response generated by ChatGPT. I'm going to be using that to catalog things and identify them. So, okay. To finish my thought, imagine a world where history is retconned and this third foundational, old school, first generation, innovative, top shelf, but also like most charitable, most humanitarian juggernaut in the industry that quietly also manages to sort of not be a household name. It isn't a Ford or a Datsun or a Nissan, right? It isn't. It is not a Lamborghini. It just sort of operates in its own class and quietly achieves all it wants. And the reason its profile is like that is because instead of being run and operated by human beings or by a like cluster of Zeppo iterations, it is owned and operated by this sentient magic robot object being that can mimic any vehicle. Now, it's the cars that it creates can't. So it is the only one of its kind. That's the key. This car that we're talking about, that Mr. Zeppo as a character has taken to internally, privately, referring to it as Burros, maybe even Orb or Orby, which is rude because he really doesn't like it when people call him shortened nicknames based on himself. But I digress. So the car I have yet to spell out, actually. Let's get to the meat of some discussion here. This car is not just sentient and self-aware in the way it does express itself. It will express itself. Well, spoiler alert, in the early episodes of this first season of this theoretical show that we're building the world building blocks of, which we still do not have a working title for, this car will subliminally almost not exist because it'll be featured, it'll be shown, but it won't be talked about. We won't be hyped. It'll just be there. It'll be like Zeppo has a ride. Zeppo gets in a car and goes places. And what we'll hopefully play with in a subtle, they're not going to notice. Most people won't care. Some people will start to wonder what's wrong with, why is their brain tickling kind of way. During the course of the first several episodes of the series as envisioned, the car will, whenever it enters frame, not be the same exact make and model as whatever it last exited frame. But it won't be commented on, and we will at first try to even sort of obfuscate that fact. It will be happening, but you're only going to get a little clip of the corner of the car, and you're going to be so easily not to think about it that you won't even realize that you're like, that was a what do you call it? I was a convertible with the top down. But in the next shot, it's clearly a hardtop something or another sedan, right? It'll be subtle, but officially, absolutely canon there. So, what is the lore? It is canon that for mysterious and, according to most people, hitherto never witnessed, totally undetectable kind of way, Mr. Zeppo's car, is undetectable, impenetrable, and super security locked down whenever he pushes the button and it does this little car alarm bleep bloop. It disappears, right? And or not so much disappears, it like, which version of Batman did it where like it did like a like a secure lockdown armor thing happened? The incorrigible Mr. Zeppo's car does this thing, and I'm toying with making it like mysteriously so distractingly like insert reference to the force field from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that I cannot remember what they call it, but it makes it so that you cannot see a spaceship that is blatantly obviously there. And it's just a force field. It doesn't make it invisible. It just makes it so your brain slides off of it. And it's got a funny name. And I want to reference it, but I can't remember what it is. We'll have to reread The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Omnibus Edition because it's not in the first book. Pin on the corkboard. But okay. So the car, but I think I'm toying with maybe we won't show it, but maybe eventually we will one time show like a physical hardware deployment of hidden like articulated like really intense like ballistically impenetrable shielding that deploys from recessed and otherwise totally hidden and hitherto previously unseen pockets of deployment. And it goes and like locks down, right? But you never see that. Like that reveal would be a several episodes long buildup. But in episode 1, and mind you, he will be getting into and out of his car, driving to places a lot, because it is a get on the streets, deal with the dangers thereof, put in the footwork, track down the witnesses, and rally the evidence to prove the case, kind of a show, right? And there's a reason why they're called gumshoes. Although then again, technically they walked a lot. But as is the case in Sugar, we're going to make a big deal out of flaunting it that this car has the superpower this entire time and you didn't notice for the first. I don't want to give it a solid number because I obviously don't have like a shooting script, right? We're literally in the blank slate. This is an idea trapped in my head, and we're going to turn this into a full final draft, written, ready to sell, Hollywood industry standard meeting matching, formatted script about a TV show or for a TV show. But before we do the script, we're going to do, or as we do I don't know which should come first. For now, I'm focusing on a literary narrative approach to introduce it as if it were a book. Because I want to get that vibe. Going. But I digress. So, episode 1, episode 2, I'm going to guarantee it's going to happen that there will be no reveal about the car through episode 3. Wow, that is some. Did I just? Oh, that's right. Everything got effed up, so now everything's shut down. I mean, I'm still live streaming, but I don't have all the other pages I had open, which is sad. But that's okay. I've talked myself hoarse. It's time to try and do a short break. I keep failing. Apologies, dear audience, if you're watching in the not too distant future. I keep signing off saying I'll be right back after a brief break, and then it's like the next day that I come back. Technically, yes. Arguably, that was a brief break wherein I did a bunch of stuff and slept. But I am trying to make myself do more than one episode a day. Or else it'll never really ever be enough content for it to generate enough self-commodification income to be worth even doing. Bam, bam, bam. Pin on the corkboard. Central pillar to our mystery. But also a real life qualm I have. Okay, so the brand for the car is Ouroboros, because it's literally a mysterious, sentient, living, magical transformer car robot that no one really knows where it came from, except that as hazy and as vague and as unclear as it might be spelled out, it is generally accepted by it and those that know it very well that some future moment in time, it will travel back in time to, like, insert itself into the course of history as the fourth most well-known, and I chose my words carefully, fourth most popular automotive engineering and manufacturing firm from the invention of the automobile forward. Always innovating and impacting the industry, but never quite taking the middle of the mainstream spotlight. Let's put it that way. Right? And it is, and I can't forget, I should ask the internet real quick. I am so sad I accidentally shut down all of my internet pages that I had open. On. In literature, even though it literally talks about that sort of thing in the definition for Ouroboros, I wanted that. Autological. We need to copy paste this whole thing right here. Okay, so okay, good. That's still there. Prompt template archive, list of enhanced. I'm looking for a new thing though. What? Oh, we need to copy that. We need to copy paste this over. Oh, something else we should do is like do a deep dive on object permanence. Autological, self-referential. An object or text that seemingly created itself, references its own creation, or contains its own origin is referred to as an autological or self-referential object. When a broader narrative or physical object loops back to contain its own premise, origin, or production, it is known as the auto-creation or Ouroboros concept. Autological, self-referentiality. Autotelic? Autotelic. And mise en abîme. As in mise ensemble, but mise en abîme. A structural technique wherein a story or image contains a smaller replica version of itself, creating a looping infinite effect like a mirror reflecting another mirror. I love that business. Mise en abîme. Fractal recursion. Autological. Okay, we copied that already. What are we doing with this besides looking at it in awe? I want just this word. Autological. What? Autological, self-recursive. Narrative critical? No, that's a autological self-recursion. No, let's keep the object. Tautological. That's funny that I wrote tautological. That I didn't mean that. Okay, but hang on a second. Did we create like multiple? No, we literally just closed the collection of all tabs. Okay. You guys are staring at the camera, huh? You guys are stuck. Come here, you. Go there. Let's drop into the desktop of infinities. Boom. Okay. So, invention of the airplane, invention of the automobile, James Bond recap, Ouroboros recap. Let's ask it to. Oops. An in-depth and now we're going to double check we've got the right thing. Paste just this short autological self-recursive objects. Because what was the other thing? There was another thing I was like, oh, I should really have it do a background research. These recap reports, for the record, are more for its own like background research as well as my own. Like I want to be able to like brush up on and be able to like, okay, cool. Now I know where we can go and dig around for even more information in a meaningful way. But there was something else I was just thinking of that I should ask it to do a deep dive, little recap report. Automobiles, airplanes. So we're gonna retcon history that this Ouroboros is a titan of industry that was there in this quirky, retconned historical landmark moment where the flying autobus flying car was invented first, sort of kind of failed, then got split up into the two inventions of like automobile for driving on land, aeroplane for flying in air, and different companies did different things, all of which are like exactly like normal history But in the background, inexplicably always flush with actual capital in cash and a perfectly never over-leveraged amount of stock dividends to sell and buy back and sell again, has been this, monolith of mediocre industry that makes bizarre, strange, often I would argue ahead of its time vehicles. And it's doing so because it is itself a futuristic, super advanced sci-fi action adventure robot, a magic robot supercar that runs that corporation as a sort of little fun hobby in the background. And in the content, although the big, long, complicated, self-incepting history, it goes back in time to create itself so that it can coexist alongside regular vehicles as a engineer, manufacturer, and developer of vehicles, so that it can, in a very I'm a billionaire oligarch, and so what I'll do is always be so wealthy and making so much more money than I could ever burn through that I can also be Batman. And it does that by being the super vehicle to this lineage of superhero / super anti-hero characters known as the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo, which we don't know is a lineage of. When we first meet, we think is this person is doing this in their life, right? So the car, I want to make clear, is itself a multi-millionaire turned multi-billionaire, ultra wealthy titan of industry that is, because it has looked around and gone, wow, no one else has done it, chosen past participle perfect, whatever has been making, continues to make the day, because you got to choose this every day, or else you don't to be a film noir super anti-hero hero vis-a-vis the act of being the hot rod, street destroying, never loses head-to-head racing, impossible supercar that can no one ever knows where Zeppo is, how long he's been there, because his car never looks like the same car twice. And like I was just saying before I got super sidetracked and had to backtrack to explain all this, in my vision of what would the audience experience be like, one of the special things I want them all to go through is to have the aha moment of going, oh, that wasn't the same car he pulled up in. I want them to have that late in season 1. If possible, maybe not even until season 2, depending on how we map things out. But I don't want it to be something that, obviously we're spoiler alert, giving them away now. And it's an open secret because I will from now forever have always talked about it like this very openly. But I want an innocent viewer with a zero preconceived notions, zero spoilers, blind first watch of insert name of working title here. Maybe we should call it working title. I always toy with that whenever I haven't come up with a name yet for something. But they're watching it. They're watching episode 1 and they're like, this guy drives a fancy car. They know they drive a fancy car. They know they've seen a silhouette of a robust, throttly, throaty, grumbly, loud, strong-sounding, manly car. They don't remember what it looks like. They know they've seen the logo, and it's an infinity symbol. No, it's a snake eating its own tail in the shape of an infinity symbol. But by like episode 3 or 4, they're like, wait, does he have a different car every episode? Wait a minute. Does his car change every time he walks away from it and it's out of frame? Because amen, hallelujah, yes. Every time. And it'll be a slow burn of like subtle reveal, like fuckery. Of like, we're going to fucking hide this. But it'll also be totally hiding in plain sight. Every time that the camera is following, tracking Zeppo, he pulls up in the car, parks, gets out of the car and walks away, and the camera cuts away from the car. The car goes through 2 major transformations, and I'll over-explain this here as a landing point to like end this episode on. And then we'll come back to do some more original development of this to get some grittier detail out of it. But just getting to ramble about it really, really helps. When the camera cuts or pans away from the car as Zeppo gets to a new destination, every single time off screen, totally off camera, unbeknownst to the audience, it deploys impenetrable, bulletproof security, like mega armor, like a mech suit of where the fuck did that come from? Not like a transformer, it's transforming into a dome. It deploys a tent of protection, which is solid, like bulletproof robustiness that makes a lot of noise. But it also does that whole like Ghost in the Shell, shimmer away, reflective digital camouflage, mimicking everything around it stuff. It does that and then becomes invisible. Is it still there? Would you walk into it and hurt your face? Probably, yes. Does it also, whilst in its cocoon, totally reformulate its physical construction, layout, and literal like body shape and engine structure completely? And then just before, as we always get like a after the thing goes down and the stuff hits the fan, the hardboiled detective always like exits the room, whose vibe he's just wrecked, and gets to walk away with zero worry about any heat or any pressure, and walk back to wherever they parked their car and get in their car and drive away. And when he does that, it's a completely different car. And then just as he's approached the whatever you call it, like visual camouflage deactivates, and then the metal shielding is different in its silhouette, and then it retracts like the Batmobile into who knows where the fuck it went away to. Whatever, metallic plates being slid away into impossible storage compartments somewhere. And then it's like, but you don't see that. That's off camera. And then, but it happens, like if it were to be a continuous pan and I were to catch it, it would happen moments before the camera cuts, like actually grabs onto it visually. So like if we were to reveal it, when we do reveal it, it's literally like moments before. And then boom, brand new car, completely different make, completely different model. Maybe early on, very similar looking yet different makes, so that like, you know, the model and the make will be different, but there's some little detail about it that lets the brain keep thinking, yeah, that's the same car, when it totally isn't. That's the gimmick. That's the whole brain dump. That's what's going. Well, that's the not the whole gimmick. That's the camouflage and like bulletproof theft and damage deterrence security system that the car has. Other abilities, as it said, did we read this somewhere? We have not fed this through the thing yet. We're going to have to listen to, before we go, we're going to listen to this final recap report, but I'm not ready for it yet. Somewhere here. Oh, that's right. I wanted to reopen this page, but be careful because it's blasting the stream right now. Comms check. Ready, 1 2 1 2. Ready 1 2 1 2. There we go. All right, it's looking fine. Ready 1. My timing in my head, I over anticipated a little bit. Okay, so we're here, we're live. We're looking at various notes, some of which are redundant. Oh yeah, it's because we did that. We're going to archive that. Insert subject here. We'll probably need to typo correct that. But that's what that is. Where is this other thing? When we were discussing the character at large, I went off on a trip about the car, which is how we got to this place. They were talking about Ouroboros and a self-incepting auto-logistic object, which is the car and the empire that it builds, so that it can be its own version of Bruce Willis decides to be Batman. But there was something I was going to look up. We did literally... Oh. I guess we could ask for a recap report on KITT, the vehicle, like inspired by many pop cultural icons, but top most directly obvious, KITT, the talking computerized self-driving car from Knight Rider, the Autobots from Transformers, and the general idea of shapeshifters. We can't, could, should, would do these as a prompt. Oh, here I wrote this right here. Every time Zeppo walks away from his impossible car, no matter where he parks it, it undergoes two rarely seen transformations: full security lockdown, full body make and model reconfiguration. And eventually, when he returns to this car, it appears as an entirely different make and model. Imperceptible, impeccably fresh off the factory floor paint and luxury detailing, with accompanying updates to all relevant records as if by magic. It is a living magic vehicular robot entity. Capable of more things than it lets on about. heavy munitions proof, and always, that's what I want to use that instead of bulletproof. And always ready to take the adventure to the next exciting destination location. Oh yeah, I should say destination location. Armed with advanced offensive systems tools, which is probably the worst phrasing I could ever come up with, and a sharp, biting wit, which I want to rewrite, but also I started to and then totally didn't. And capabilities. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to not be editing this. This is the OG. I did update that somewhere, and that reads something else, something else. A sharp and biting, witty sense of humor, impeccable timing, and secret capabilities even Zeppo does not know about. Zeppo had silently taken to calling him Boros to himself. No one, most certainly not the impossible car himself, knew that. Now, I'm not ready to actually ask the LLM to write about a impossible car, but I wanted to work on and show you guys this as like original text. This led to, where's the big blurb I just wrote about the car itself? Oh, this is the original preservation of that, I guess. I'm not really sure what we're gonna do with that, but this is where we get Ouroboros. We didn't quite integrate that. The Ouroboros page kind of stays over there on its own. But let's listen to this. .8 real quick, just to hear it out and let it flow through my brain.
Revisiting clone text updraft version 1.8. Core fractal recursion return point. Predawn city silence. Heavy with humidity and industrial waste riddled smog. The last long moment before the cacophony of the daily grind broken suddenly by the deep rumbling snarl of massive beefy engine roaring to life. Thick, throaty, raw, almost too choppy at first until it warms up and starts to put and grumble like a massive mechanical jaguar asserting territorial dominance. Before any man gets anywhere, he saddles up and slides into his modern mount, his metal station. Every man's car is his armored moving castle. The impossible car, denied, severely classified, uniformly dismissed in candid statements made off the record that it was inconceivably impossible and could not possibly exist. It was impossible. And yet, here it is, self-identifying itself as code name. Car impossible. Others question if he is being satirical or oblivious. Ouroboros sigil, the classic Ouroboros. Typo, worth preserving. Double loop infinity symbol snake eating its own tail. Ouroboros. The impossible car. Sentient. Multimodal. Shape-shifting. Magic robot car. Always subtle. Always cool. Always relaxed and groovy. Ready to entertain. Safe to let auto conduct all navigational functions. Nearly undetectable when necessary. Powerful. Ready to rumble. And able to disappear and hide in plain sight. The incorrigible Mr. Zeppo's personal machine for vehicular transportation is truly a unique one of kind that is always hiding more than meets the eye at first glance. Never the same make twice. At second glance. Every time Zeppo walks away from his impossible car, no matter where he parks it, it disappears off frame, undergoes 2 rarely seen transformations, full security lockdown, full body make model reconfiguration, and eventually, when he returns to this car, it reappears as an entirely different make and model, impossibly never repeating make nor model, always managing to avoid detection by human or electronic witnesses, unseen by human eyes, undetected by surveillance camera systems, unknown techno-wizardry as yet undreamt of by the human imagination, granted this machine the incomprehensible ability to perfectly impeccably, indistinguishably, duplicate in exacting totality any make and model motor vehicle machine ever manufactured, in perfect working order. The average car enthusiast's head would implode at the mere thought of the unending variety theoretically available in such an arrangement. Impeccably fresh off the factory floor vibe, from the scent inside to the flawless paint and luxury detailing, with accompanying updates to all relevant bureaucratic paperwork records, as if by magic. The character reveal: this impossible car is actually a living magic vehicular robot entity person capable of more things than it lets on about, heavy munitions proof, and always ready to take the adventure to the next exciting location, armed with multiple advanced offensive deterrent system tools, a sharp and biting witty sense of humor, impeccable timing and secret capabilities even Zeppo does not know about. Zeppo had silently taken to calling it Boris to himself. No one, most certainly not the impossible car himself, knew that. Impossible backstory: Zeppo inherited the impossible car from previous generation Zeppo, but a true reckoning was overdue. The impossible car was not a product of Zeppo Inc. engineering, as the marketing department would have you believe. The car itself seems a little fuzzy, hazy, undecided, uncertain of their own recollection of their own origin story. Long story short, self-inception object that has yet to self-inception itself to the point of origin. A future version of him has yet to figure out time's travel and go back in time to just as the car was invented to place itself there as a third-tier brand and manufacturing dynastic empire. Ouroboros.
Okie dokie. So, these are not the long distance ones. As roundabout as this episode has been, which may or may not come off as coherent to some. All right, we want to do this. As roundabout as things are, we've gotten somewhere with this car because it really just started off as a much simpler thing. And while this doesn't feel that much different, more different, this is going to expand and unfold by another few more revision, updrafting passes where I add meat to this bone structure and fill in, backfill stuff, fill in some details, and place in some like narrative imagery to help exemplify stuff. But we laid it out. Empire. I just like it's a corporate empire. But my brain is sort of running out of steam. My voice is feeling a bit trashed, like I done talked myself out of it. And other than listening to this particular feedback recap report, we've got the basic history of the airline industry. We've got the basic history of the automotive industry. We've got the history of James Bond to get through. Plus a bazillion other ones from way back in the day that we have only sort of looked at, teased, referenced, and or categorically just failed to get into before. But we'll get to them. Let's do this one because it will serve as a interesting place to stick the landing on and be inherently sort of frantically self-recursive in its nature because it must be by nature. And that'll set the tone for what we're going to be doing moving forward. Although, like I was saying, in the final product as I envision it, although we're going to talk about and jam about and generate stuff about in many directions, ultimately, I'm imagining a show that follows a certain format. So we're discussing things that aren't revealed in the way you might assume they have already been revealed if you think I'm talking about right now the breakdown of what happens in each episode, because I'm not. I'm thinking about the ingredients to the building blocks of the world building and things that I want to get to know and have thought about deeply and written a few like example sample things about, so that we have a standard by which to measure, a yardstick by which to mark out the rest of the actual episodic story structure, which is yet to be fully formulated. But thank you for joining me in these early days, these early stages. And now, without further frustrating fluctuation of my preamble to this little segment, let's listen to the answer to that prompt about ontological self-recursive objects. Oh, wait, do I want to change the voice? I want to change the voice. Let's change the voice before we do this. Voice. Changing the voice.
Yo, how's it going? I've got time to talk, if you do.
It's lovely to meet you. I've got a really good feel.
Hey there, how's your day going?
Right then. What should we get started on?
So there's only that many. I've already
Hello.
gone-
Nice to meet you. I'm here to help with just about anything.
I have gone full circle.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, good to see you. What's new in your world?
Okay, we'll do recursive objects with this. I don't think I've ever had listened to a whole answer report. Okay, so again, we're listening to, I'm not trying to act out anything. I just want to actually absorb this information. A recap report on, similar to and adjacent to, very much deeply adjacent to Ouroboros, or Ouroboros, is this idea of a self generating, self time looping, self incepting, self creationist, whatever we called it. Let's listen to the thing. I'm going to mute my face and the microphone so you can just hear the text. And then that'll be our turning point into the end of this episode, because I need to grab some food and think about what I want to focus on next. And maybe, probably actually, spend a little time revisiting these updated notes off stream, so I can actually work on writing a little more. But I don't want to I don't want to appear to be hiding my writing process, but my brain does literally shift gears into different places if the stream is happening and I'm pretending to host, or pretending I'm doing the act of hosting, or if I'm sitting here and the camera's off and I'm like looking at the words of the text trying to write, and different levels of intensity or inspiration, different levels of intensity of how my inspiration response triggers has occurred. But okay, here we go. Let's listen to this thing. Oh wait, did I? And muting self.
Recap report, autological self-recursive objects. Executive summary, an autological self-recursive object is an object, whether physical, mathematical, computational, artistic, linguistic, philosophical, or conceptual, that contains, describes, generates, modifies, models, or references itself through one or more recursive layers.
Although autological self-recursive object is not a universally standardized technical term, it combines several well-established concepts from logic, mathematics, linguistics, computer science, cybernetics, philosophy, systems theory, and art. The concept sits at the intersection of self-reference, recursion, reflexivity, autology, meta-representation, self-modeling systems, strange loops, fixed points, fractal self-similarity, autopoiesis. Modern AI, biological organisms, self-hosting software, genetic information, and conscious self-awareness can all be viewed as increasingly sophisticated examples of autological recursive systems. To hash etymology, autological. The word comes from Greek auto equals self, logos equals word, description, account. In linguistics, an autological word is a word that describes itself. Examples: English is an English word. Polysyllabic is polysyllabic. Alphabetic is alphabetic. Conversely, short is not short. Monosyllabic is not monosyllabic. This immediately introduces self-reference. Recursive recursion means open quote. Something is defined in terms of itself. Close quote. Rather than being circular in a meaningless way, recursion creates hierarchical structure. Examples include Russian nesting dolls, family trees, tree branches, river systems, computer functions, fractals. Object. An object may be a mathematical object, software object, physical artifact, work of art, linguistic construction, abstract idea, information structure, conscious system. Thus, an autological, self-recursive object is any entity whose structure includes itself. Historical development, ancient philosophy. Ancient thinkers were already fascinated with self-reference. Examples include the Delphic maxim, open quote, know thyself, close quote. Knowledge becomes its own subject. Plato. Plato asked, can knowledge know itself, cannot think itself? These questions anticipate modern recursive philosophy. Aristotle. Aristotle described the thought thinking itself. The highest intellect becomes simultaneously observer, observed. Eastern philosophy. Many Buddhist traditions emphasize awareness, becoming aware of awareness. Meditation frequently involves mind observing mind, observation observing observation, awareness becoming its own object. This is a recursive cognitive structure rather than merely an abstract philosophical claim. Similarly, certain Hindu traditions describe the realization of the identity between the individual self and ultimate reality through reflexive inquiry. Who am I? Again, highlighting self-reference in consciousness. Medieval logic. Medieval scholars investigated paradoxes involving self-reference. Examples: this sentence is false. This statement cannot be proven. These revealed that unrestricted self-reference creates logical instability. Mathematics. The 19th and 20th centuries transformed self-reference into a rigorous discipline. Important developments include set theory, formal logic, computability, information theory. The Russell paradox. Bertrand Russell asked, does the set of all sets that do not contain themselves contain itself? This simple question demonstrated that naive self-reference can generate contradictions. Gödel. Kurt Gödel revolutionized logic. His incompleteness theorem constructs a statement equivalent to, open quote, this statement cannot be proven, close quote. A formal mathematical system thereby contains a sentence that refers to its own provability. This is one of the most influential examples of productive self-reference in mathematics. Alan Turing extended recursive thinking into computation. Programs could interpret programs, simulate themselves, generate copies, manipulate descriptions of themselves. The universal computer is fundamentally recursive. Computer science. Computer science may be the richest practical domain for autological recursive objects. Examples include self-hosting compilers, a compiler written in the language it compiles. Example, a C compiler written in C. The software becomes its own developmental ecosystem. Operating systems modify themselves, update themselves, monitor themselves, optimize themselves. Modern kernels possess multiple recursive monitoring layers. Artificial intelligence. Modern AI increasingly demonstrates recursive properties. An AI may analyze its own outputs, critique previous responses, generate improved versions, maintain internal state, simulate reasoning about reasoning. Although current AI systems have important architectural limits on persistent self-modeling, recursive evaluation is a major feature of many contemporary AI workflows. A queen is perhaps the purest computational autological object. It is a program that prints its own source code. No external file is required. The program literally reproduces itself. Bootstrapping. Bootstrapping describes systems that construct themselves from minimal initial conditions. Examples include compilers, operating systems, language runtimes. A bootstrap process resembles a recursive ladder. Cybernetics. Norbert Wiener introduced feedback as the central mechanism of intelligent systems. Feedback creates recursion. Sensor, controller, action, environment. Sensor again. The system continually becomes an object of its own observation. Second-order cybernetics. Heinz von Forster proposed the observer must be included within the system. The scientist studying a system becomes part of the system. Observation becomes recursive. Autopoiesis. Humberto Maturana and Francisco Varela introduced autopoiesis, describing living organisms as systems that continuously produce and maintain the very components that constitute them. Living cells build themselves, repair themselves, regulate themselves. An organism is therefore an ongoing recursive process rather than merely a static object. TAC biology DNA offers an important example. DNA contains instructions for building proteins. Proteins build cells. Cells copy DNA. Thus, DNA, proteins, cells, DNA. Life becomes recursively self-producing. Consciousness. Many theories of consciousness suggest that minds contain internal models of themselves. Examples include I think, I know I think, I know that I know I think, I know that I know that I know. This hierarchy can extend indefinitely in principle. Higher order thought. Higher order theories propose a mental state becomes conscious when another mental state represents it. Consciousness thus involves recursive representation. Philosophy. Self-reference raises enduring questions. Can something fully describe itself? Can reality contain a complete model of itself? Can consciousness completely understand consciousness? These remain active areas of philosophical inquiry. Douglas Hofstadter. Perhaps no modern author explored recursive objects more comprehensively than Douglas Hofstadter in Gödel, Escher, Bach. His famous concept, the strange loop. A strange loop occurs when ascending through hierarchical levels unexpectedly returns to the starting point. Examples include Escher staircases, recursive art, conscious identity, formal logic, music. According to Hofstadter, consciousness itself may be a sufficiently rich strange loop emerging from recursive symbolic activity. Artists have long explored recursive structures. Examples include MC, Escher, drawing hands, hands drawing each other. Print gallery, a picture contains itself, ascending and descending infinite staircase. These works visually embody recursion. Literature. Many literary works employ recursive structures. Examples include stories about writing the very story being read, characters discovering they are fictional, books containing themselves, authors becoming characters, readers becoming part of the narrative. This creates recursive narrative architectures. Cinema films frequently explore recursive identity. Common motifs include films inside films, characters watching themselves, time loops, simulations, dreams within dreams, nested realities. Such narratives recursively model perception itself. Mathematics of fixed points. Recursive objects often converge toward fixed points. A fixed point satisfies fx equals x. The object remains invariant under transformation. This concept appears in computer science, dynamical systems, logic, economics, category theory. Fractals. Fractals are recursive geometry made visible. Each scale resembles larger scales. Examples include coastlines, ferns, Romanesco broccoli, snowflakes, approximately self-similar, river basins. Fractal recursion produces complexity from simple rules. Information theory. Recursive compression is ubiquitous. Examples: language describes language. Books describe books. Software edits software. AI trains AI. Knowledge builds knowledge. Information increasingly becomes self-processing. Artificial intelligence. Modern AI development increasingly exhibits recursive characteristics. Generation 1, humans write programs. Generation 2, programs assist humans. Generation 3, AI assists programming. Generation 4, AI helps improve AI systems under human supervision. Each layer adds another degree of recursive development, though practical systems remain bounded by engineering constraints and external oversight. Categories of autological self-recursive objects. Category example: linguistic autological words, logical, Gödel sentence, mathematical, fixed points, computational, Quines, biological, DNA replication, cognitive, self-awareness, artistic, Escher drawings, literary, story inside itself, musical, recursive fugues and canons, cybernetic, feedback controllers, social, institutions governing themselves, economic, markets, pricing expectations about markets. Common structural properties. Autological recursive objects often exhibit self-description, self-generation, self-modification, self-repair, self-modeling, hierarchical nesting, feedback, reflexivity, emergence, scale invariance, fixed point behavior, meta-representation. There are limitations. Recursive systems face important challenges: infinite regress, logical paradox, computational complexity, memory limitations, instability, chaotic feedback, self-reference paradoxes, undecidability. These limitations are central topics in logic, theoretical computer science, and systems engineering. Connections to the Zepoverse project. The concept of autological self-recursive objects aligns closely with several recurring themes in your ongoing Zepoverse world building. Fractal holographic recursion, worlds nested within worlds, with similar structures recurring across scales. The Bardo loop, repeated cycles of simulation and rebirth as recursive experiential systems. Books within books, texts that contain, reference, or influence themselves across narrative layers. The egg, nested simulations, reality structured as recursively embedded environments where each level may model or generate the next. Personae parallaxia, characters becoming aware of themselves as roles within larger narrative frameworks, introducing recursive identity. Working MacGuffins, artifacts whose meaning evolves by recursively incorporating the conversations and analyses that describe them. Within that fictional framework, an autological self-recursive object could serve as a central narrative device, an artifact that contains its own history, updates itself as characters interact with it, and gradually reveals that both the observers and the object participate in the same recursive informational structure. Conclusion. Autological self-recursive objects provide a unifying framework for understanding phenomena across disciplines. From linguistic self-description and Gödel's self-referential statements to self-hosting software, biological self-maintenance, recursive works of art, and theories of consciousness, they reveal a common architectural principle: systems that incorporate themselves into their own description or operation. Rather than being an intellectual curiosity, recursive self-reference appears repeatedly in nature, technology, mathematics, and culture. It underlies feedback control, self-reproduction, learning systems, reflective cognition, and many forms of creative expression. As artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, and autonomous software continue to develop, understanding autological self-recursive structures is likely to become increasingly important for explaining how complex systems model, adapt, and transform themselves over time.
Sorry, I got I got pulled into my own bizarre train of thought. So fun, fascinating, fabulous. We did that. We have yet to listen to the airplane and the automobile and the James Bond, which we will catch up with. Because those will be interesting. But we're not just going to be passively listening to recap reports, as I like to call them. But those are useful to create the touchstone for that particular vector, or for the particular subject matter. Now we know that we can be like, oh yeah, we know about planes and cars, and want to make a cutesy little passage where we casually recount the broad strokes of the automotive industry's historical tumblings through national and global enterprise market patterns, and then sprinkle in our own imaginary fictional yada yada on top. Let's go. Which is what we'll be doing with it. But I'm glad we asked about autological, because we are going to be leaning into that. This car doesn't know where it comes from. It just knows that it's in the middle of, excuse me, it's in the middle of trying to figure out how to travel back in time so that it can incept itself at the beginning of the automotive revolution. Because if it doesn't know how it got there. It got there because it woke up and it was there, and it was like, I gotta work forward through time until I know that I can make time travel possible, and then come back here and deposit myself right here. But we don't know that, and that's not, obviously that's like a deeply weirdly sublimated open secret. We just talked about it, so it's no longer really hidden. I'm not trying to split the difference. Anyways, we've got a lot of ground to cover, and a lot of actually already existing relatively new material that I've already stomped on and or did a few things here. This one is right. This is the original character sheet. And then we did Project Ouroboros, which is an expansion of just the concept for funsies. We're gonna pull all that into the novelization when we get into the dark gaping maw of the wheres and whys and hows of everything. Oh, here I was working on some textured stuff. This is the last thing. I have not read this. This is something I wrote earlier today, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Before we fired up the stream. But after I picked up my coffee for the day. This may or may not sound like it lands correctly, or I don't know if this will make sense. But take it away, robot reader voice. Let's hear this out.
For development, revisiting clone text updraft version 1.9.0.1. Variant expansion with fuller details and more information and lore. Overlords everywhere, not one bit of order to be found. In his best mysterious HBFNPI disembodied voiceover narration voice, this iteration of the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo made his reintroductions anew. Zeppo, I've been called a lot of things, by a lot of people. Just don't call me Zep and never call me Dick. Overlords everywhere above ya, beneath ya, surrounding ya, every which way, in the streets and in the back rooms behind the halls of power. Plenty of underlings running around daydreaming and backstab scheming. plotting their path from under to over. Lords of the turf wars, lords of the gilded markets, lords of the land and sky, hearts and minds. And not one of them actually the final boss type that you're looking to mean and beat. These streets don't work like that. The biz don't work like that. I don't work like that. No chip on my shoulder. No gun in no holster. Just my word, my handshake, and my glossy purple and black business cards with onboard nano processor chip and near undetectable global covert satellite connected real-time tracking and remote communications access. Built in. No matter how you sliced things, he was legitimately licensed private investigation operator, fully bonded and insured, full spectrum multi-pass pre-clearance at top security levels, hard-earned street-level credibility, entirely freelance, self-funded, fully staffed. The League of Overlords considered him the closest thing to a real-world billionaire, play acting at Bruce Wayne actually becoming a real-world Batman, except totally different in a legitimately legally distinguishable way, obviously. End. Preserve as original draft version 0.
So that's a whole thing that may or may not make sense, but needs tearing apart and being reintroduced and set up. It has no context and no like there's no narrative thing that explains this is what you're looking at. But I kind of imagine this as like the third sequence of stuff in this onboarding. This is the first time we hear Zeppo speaking to the audience as the hard-boiled narrator, right? But it's him. The way it is in film noir, often the guy that story happened to is often also the narrator. In this case, for this situation, that'll be the gimmick. So, whatever this is, I need to replicate it and expand on it and reorganize it and flesh it out and give it a little bit of a more polished intro and opening moment that sets the scene. Opening statement of some kind that sets the scene. But the reference to "Don't Call Me Zep" and "Don't Call Me Dick" is from a completely different sequence, which I've lost track of. Somewhere in here. That's an old prompt. Did I scratch this? Or is this from over there? That's the actual prompty prompt. This is just to be preserved. I don't want to write or expand on this. Where the F is this thing about? Is it just not in this notepad? I'm looking for something that might be sitting in my other application that I might never have copied over. But I could have sworn I had this idea for a exchange where it's where would it have magically disappeared to? It wouldn't be tucked in here. This is specifically that I want to develop it further in, specifically that. Same thing with that. That's a whole set of reports we never asked it to make because I don't have it. I just
burnt through all the things. Do I have it up here? I guess not. Somewhere recently, I wrote a blurb. I must have written it in the Green Writing app. But I wrote a blurb about someone, not just someone, Zeppo's like former boss, calling out to him as he walked by a nickname that he doesn't like, and him going off on the matter. But there was a whole point to it that I kind of forgot what it was, and I lost track of it. And I thought I'd already copied that note over while I was off stream. But regardless, friends, I'm done running out of steam for this episode. So you can see there's a lot going on in my head. But we're slowly organizing the imagery and the thoughts into cohesive sentences. I do really want to spend a little time, because I meant to spend more of it this Sunday, but I kind of also needed to recover and distract myself. But I want to spend a little bit more time on the daily basis, not on stream, actually writing. So in theory, when I come back, I'll have either completely new pages of notes capturing completely new ideas, or reworked iterations of the stuff we've already looked at that has new details, new grit, new features, new expanded portions, connecting dots, or has been integrated into some larger swath of something else. And then who knows what we'll be doing with the controversial LLM. I do want to, at some point, pull and catalog every currently existing conversation so that I have my own usable, editable, searchable copies of whatever the F it rendered. But that in and of itself seems like a daunting and overwhelming project that would take more than one afternoon's worth of hours worth of time. And believe it or not, it can be exhausting just sitting here babbling about stuff and trying to force your brain to be creative whilst also just sitting here. Ugh. Anyways, get up, shake it out, stand up, move, circulate, get the blood moving, maybe dance a little. I'm trying to flip my switch back to a nocturnal mode because I let it flounder and I was completely lost, and like I was double dipping. I was living 2 days each day because I would pass out for a nap and then wake up and think it was the next day and it wasn't yet. And then I would get up and do the day like it was starting a new one. And then I'd be like, oh, no. And then I would do it again the very next day the exact same way but inside out because I started in the morning. Anyways, long story short, I'm out of it. I should, in theory, be back relatively soon. But no promises made, no promises broken. Take your time. If you watch this live, please go back and watch the previous episodes if you haven't yet. If you're watching this on the video on demand shelf, thank you very much for your futuristic watching. Please dip your toes into the previous episodes that came right before this if you haven't already. And stay tuned for future ones as we expand and get into actual, like, here's a scene. Some stuff will happen, and it felt like it was a Private Eye movie, didn't it? Yay! Moving forward, we've drilled crazy deep into the car, its lore, its origin, and there are still many big questions left. So tune in to participate in that experimental process. For now, though,
This stream is now ending. Peace. Go be good human beings to each other out there in the real world, as well as in the game lobbies and on the social medias, etc., etc. Thanks again. I'll catch you when I see you the next time. Babbling, end of babbling, and end of ending the live stream. Cut to just DJ Zed playing some music really loud for a minute.